All right, and welcome back to the Michigan Law Show. My name is David Helm, and today we have the afternoon session for the trial of Letecia Stauch, and who is on charge or on trial for murder. Again, murdering her stepson, Gannon, and we are just waiting for the court feed to pick up. But in the meantime, we're going to start with it doesn't sound like it's going to happen. We're going to start with cross-examination of Gannon's father. This should be interesting to watch. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back, everybody. And it was a very short hour and 15 minutes, but this should be, I would say, fairly entertaining to watch. I have no idea where they're going to go with this. There were some questions regarding her mental state posed on direct from the prosecution in this case. And I think it shows the questions that they posed going to her mental state, or the answers rather, the evidence that was admitted, was that she essentially knew right from wrong. She was able to make decisions and discipline the children. She was able to take them out and do things with them, bring them back safely. There was no indication that she didn't know right from wrong or that she suffered from any sort of mental health disorder that might impede her ability to act as a normal human would in a society. So that's the burden that the state has to prove, by the way, is that she essentially either doesn't suffer from a mental health disorder, or although she suffers from a mental health disorder, she's still able to maintain her actions within the confines of what society expects and understand what society perceives as right versus wrong. So it's kind of a fluid, weird kind of analysis, I guess. But that's what they have to do. Since she brought it up and she was able to articulate enough evidence to support her position, now that if, the state has to prove that she is not, in fact, insane and able to rationalize her reasons and understand the difference between right and wrong and control herself. So that's what we are probably going to be cross-examining this witness about. You got to be careful here with the defense. Your client already looks like a horrible human being, and you don't want to perceive, you don't want to come on, you don't want the jury to perceive that of you either. So you're not going to want to hammer this guy. You're not going to want to get into a bickering match with him. What I've seen of these defense counsels is not terribly impressive. The only thing I've seen from them is their opening statement, and that was horrible. I did a off-the-cuff opening statement I believe was better than theirs, just thinking about it on the spot. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe their strong suit isn't talking to the jury, which is probably not a good thing for a defense attorney, but maybe they'll be better with their questioning. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Remember to like, I should put that up. Remember to like and subscribe. Please tell all of your crazy friends about this channel so we can grow and I can continue to bring these types of cases to you guys. This case is going to go on for a while. And we're going to get the viewing numbers, I feel, just in the volume of days that this case is going to be. But what we really need are subscriptions. And I know a lot of you guys are watching on Facebook as well. May be related to the fact that you're banned from YouTube. But either way, tell your friends that aren't banned to come check us out over here. And if you do have problems watching on Facebook, someone else was saying again today, you guys were having problems commenting. I do have a Rumble stream up as well. So that's new. I don't use Rumble a lot. I do listen to some stuff on Rumble, but I just kind of got that up and running. So that's brand new. Well, and thank you, because if I was talking to myself the whole time, it would be kind of boring. So I'm glad everybody's here and participating in the chat. I have a nice lively chat. So that's good. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't like this one. But giving the technical problems I was having this morning, I think it's safer to stream that coverage of the court rather than my own. So that's what we're going to do. So what do you think of Crazy so far, Jamie?
Crazy is just a nut bag.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. Like,
but
I'm going to keep it open for the doctors to like tell me, but like to me, like I've been saying in the chat earlier, she just seems like a woman who is backed into a corner and she's just trying to talk her way out of it.
Yeah, I feel like she has definitely been able to talk herself out of situations in the past, and she is trying to do that now. It's not working, and she's getting frustrated that it's not working.
Yeah.
And I think that's the situation we have here. I'm going to change this up right there. That's better.
Yeah,
because my MLS logo there.
Wanting him to believe her so badly.
Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, sir.
It bothers
Okay.
her.
And I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go
It's
ahead and
interesting
bring the
how
jury in.
they do all this before they turn the cameras on. And I'm not going to admit, LNC, fix your stream. There you go. You're getting there. I see your mouse moving.
And start that camera. Yeah, that one. The one that shows the courtroom. Yeah. We can start that one. That's you, right?
Yeah.
All looks good on my end. So I've been trying to monitor it. I know
Yeah.
there's been
Yeah,
some
there we
issues
go.
with my storms.
Yeah, it quieted down now. I couldn't handle it earlier. I was getting such spotty service, but
Yeah, it was bad. And I'm hardwired in.
oh yeah, you are.
Oh, you got it.
No, it's not.
See, I'm just checking the feed. No, it looks good. So
Oh, you're right.
something on the
Gotta
other
take that
end.
back in, though.
Okay, get rid
All right,
of
for the jury, please.
the brackets on the right, or the window on the right.
So that automatically resets on and out.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
jury
all.
is coming in. Let's get this cross going.
I
Long
know.
Quinn, take care
What
of
can
your.
they even do? What can they even say?
Well, I think what they're probably going to go at is her mental state.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stauch. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stauch, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stauch. Silly. I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity.
It's not a
Is that okay, sir?
deposition.
Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go
Turn the volume
back
down.
to back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a
All the
divorce,
way back.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally.
I mean, in South Carolina, there's a 1 year waiting period.
Yeah.
In a no fault type divorce situation. And we were in that period. So,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So you guys, physically, you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude.
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
I
How
don't
many
think that'll
teams did you
look
play
good.
on?
Oh,
It does.
I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I
gnawing
explained
at her
yesterday, I still owned my house. I
Yeah.
call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was in, and we had every other week custody arrangement with Miss Hyatt or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes. Sir.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here, a weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend would be
Okay.
my parenting time. And I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday, especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct.
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in together.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. So move pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about
We need to withhold our
different things
judgment.
Landon was doing. And so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there was criminal activity going on in her house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
Judge, as it relates to the relationship with
And I'll bring it
I
there.
think I see where it's going, overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point in time.
Who was living with?
With Landon, that's who Landon was living with.
Landon, as far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And
Sometimes
you
it
thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Lena to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when
How does
so
the stepmother get
when
custody?
I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes, sir.
Myrtle Beach,
Yes.
yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's
No.
a whole,
A lot of factors. were
yes, a
in
lot
place.
of variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay, but
You
you
can't get
felt
so
comfortable
defensive
and
on
you
the
felt
stand.
that was a safer environment.
This is only
for
the
them to
beginning.
be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Lane
Change the name.
At the time, yes, sir.
at that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also, right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir. That would have been after we moved to Colorado.
Yeah, Jamie, you were breaking up a touch.
Well, I don't want to talk over
As I
anybody.
testified yesterday, January of 2019
I know it's hard.
is when that began. Or, well, I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
I was just commenting on Dave's jokes. He's got some good jokes.
Got a lot.
Second.
Yeah. MLS, by the way,
Do you
stands
remember
Michigan Law Show.
kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling
Defense
Detective
counsel's already getting
Riley,
lost.
as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have
Are you,
a
and I'm
transcript
looking
or something I can look at.
4702? You're aware that, I mean, you've had a lot of interactions with Mr. Allen, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of,
Yes, sir.
when
Absolutely.
looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I may approach, you may.
Glad you're here with us.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after
She's
the custody
nodding.
split, and you did that
That
primarily
head
because of the
Bob
custody
up
issue.
and down.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burtek I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So-
So approach.
Sure.
You may. Yes.
Yeah, those tapes were bad.
And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stauch was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska, and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
Once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come
I
up.
think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there,
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
and it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And in part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina, right?
Yes.
And
No, she's from North
I
Carolina.
mean, you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes,
She's
And
still like
she liked the beach, she liked
awkwardly
the sun, she
sitting.
liked the weather.
yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a little barren, a little depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All
Kennedy.
right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yep.
Very fair.
So just give up.
Regardless, she never
Okay.
ended up going.
The witness says, I don't want to answer your questions. And you
Permanently,
give
no.
up.
She did come to visit.
Yeah, like, what was that
I
about?
testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I
Yay.
got custody in March
Welcome.
of 2018.
Okay.
They immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer.
Okay.
And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household.
Okay.
That's when that began in that fall school year, 2018.
The fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible
Yes, sir.
for both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
I had to step away for a second. What did you
And
just say?
overall, at least what you
never mind.
observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stauch did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I got a lot of recap.
And I
for
think
you.
you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust in he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, you actually did a Mother's Day card for Miss Stauch?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do,
of
if
it.
I may approach. You may. Approaching with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B.
B is in Bravo.
B is in Bravo, yes, thank you. Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Miss Stauch.
I cannot attest to who it was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant. Yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting. Yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Tellini.
Okay,
So-
I may approach.
He's failing on a lot of his approaches.
Yeah.
He's just giving up on us. He's like, okay, the witness doesn't want to answer. I'll move on. That's not really what you're supposed to do.
Go, then move forward a little bit to the January of 2017. You left on that Saturday, January 2020, January 2020. You
Okay.
left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while.
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
What did your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Had you had
Wow.
conversations
So
with
he's
your
got
mom
some.
about
Yeah.
Ms. Stauch and her mental health?
Yes.
And you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Ms. Stauch's mental health.
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication.
I don't remember that specifically. So
Okay.
Going nowhere. Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely going nowhere.
You had some you left Saturday, slept
Your
most of it. You
chat's
got
all
in
messed
early
up. Okay.
Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
No, put it there. There we go.
no, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing
Oh,
away.
that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
She a big Kobe Bryant fan?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out. More Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so. Yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods,
I believe so. I believe we talked about that. Yes, sir.
and she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram.
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tellini.
I remember talking again with Detective Riley.
At this point,
Yeah, sorry.
YouTube's better.
After this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
Let me.
Allegedly
So
missing.
sometimes, like if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley, and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective
This
Riley.
is not a deposition, sir.
Okay, so
Just for procedure. So you know what? When I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that.
I understand. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
And then you jumped to, do you remember
Yeah,
talking?
you
to
don't let a
Detective
witness
Riley again? So could you
dictate what he's
clarify
got to
that?
answer and not
Absolutely.
answer.
And thank you, because when I said if I ask a bad question, thank you for letting me clarify.
Oh my God.
Um,
This is
you had told Detective Riley.
No,
that
he's
she had
not.
posted
He's
that
appearing
photo
very
on her
evasive,
Instagram.
and that's not a good look for
Okay.
him.
If
You
I
shouldn't-
said that and you have a transcript of it, then
Just
I'm not.
answer questions
denying
straight
it.
up.
No, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'm more than
But
likely.
he's being helped by a horrible defense attorney. Yes,
Portion was marked as Defense Exhibit A.
not horrible. I won't say horrible.
ahead.
It's not a good approach. You don't let the witness dictate what he's got to answer. You don't let the
Yes, sir, I
witness
recognize
push
that
you
photo.
around,
Okay, and that was a photo that
unless it's
she posted that Sunday on her Instagram of her hike.
If you're telling me that, then yes, I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So
there could
Your
be
Honor,
some
move for
strategy.
Admission of Defense Exhibit A. Mr. Allen?
There could be some strategy
I
allowing.
guess I have no objection if it's just to show.
I'll go show a video, allowing the witness to come off that way, if it's something that's not really that important.
Purpose.
That is the admitted purpose.
Okay, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
She also indicated that he was,
I thought they were
Would
gonna
you
play
like
a
this back,
video.
Mr. Flynn?
we can. Here, thank
Yeah,
you.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's not coming off the best. The witness isn't right now. I really don't. I mean, it's not going to be enough to overcome those tapes.
Stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes you would have stomach.
That was common.
Very good. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school. Like he was worried about having an accident in school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his.
Kind of almost
He
too soon to
typically
tell.
was able
We're not
to manage it well and then deal
sure
with it
how
at
the
home.
defense is
I mean,
going
he
with
was
this.
11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't, we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes,
So he would get blocked up and you give him Miralax to get everything out and then he would be okay.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Poor guy. That would be terrible.
She had
It's
also
terrible that he has to talk about it
let you
again.
know
Yeah.
about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. And that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal. And then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home.
Right.
And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training.
Sure.
So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay. I mean, but I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than it would be normally for him to come home, even being out late. You start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about some things that don't add up about what Ms. Stauch is telling you. But initially you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seems odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up in a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different, I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where Gannon can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that. And you're talking.
I wonder.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children.
This is live testimony.
Mike,
This is
I-
proper
I-
leading, though.
I have
It's
no comment on
cross-examination,
that.
so they can lead.
I don't think I ever suspected that.
Yeah, the questions are not clear. I'm not
Do you
sure
remember
exactly what he's
telling
asking. now.
Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. And that was one of my first instincts was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something. Because he's got a lot of trouble in his background So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So that's exactly what I just said.
And
Yeah, this is
then
the father of Gannon, the boy.
as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based upon what Ms. Stauch is telling you. It's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, starting
great
with the rental car, as
prosecutorial
we've already
question.
addressed, it starts to not add up. Yes,
And
sir.
then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, that's was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And it, you know, then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to, you know,
Okay.
lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place,
Okay.
just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again, and it's my understanding you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The
Yeah.
second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Mr. Cellina, I have no clue where she
Okay.
went.
She doesn't, she's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday, the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Cellini. If you
Okay.
have it, then I don't know.
No, it's fine. And she had family members that are helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then, until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left, after she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested, the defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time, she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
He kicked her
At
out.
minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but
Yeah.
yeah, I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
I mean, and part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you
Oh.
the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind, and I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the
Oh.
defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay. And sorry,
Don't
So she's still in
add
the
to it.
house with
Well,
him,
yeah, that's what I
Questions are
said.
she
very
comes up,
confusing.
changes
Oh,
from he just doesn't come home to to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in the bed, in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then
Quit saying as I testified
she
to
goes,
yesterday.
you're
It
aware that
sounds
she goes down
condescending.
to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay, I mean, and at that point, I mean, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions have become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this.
Yeah, the
seemingly
witness
ridiculous
is
story.
controlling the attorney.
Yeah, and
not good.
I've been pretty clear since,
Yeah.
from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was, from that point forward, everything just compounded and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you've said this to a couple people, I mean, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to
I
someone?
do.
Don't come on, man. All right. Well, that's his attitude that he wants to present.
Like, I get he's mad, but just calm down. The attorney's not being like confrontational.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not
Right, well,
asking the clearest of questions, but he's not.
Yeah, his questions are confusing, but
And like, oh, as I said yesterday, it's not confidence. Sorry, it's not confidence. It's bordering arrogance, really. That might have actually, well, a lot of people do that.
he hates her. I
Yeah,
feel like he
well, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine why.
obviously, but
He's
like
not going to call her
you can
by her
just
first
hear it
name.
when he calls her defendant. Like, he just hates her.
Yeah.
I think it's probably to make her feel less than, you know what I mean? Like, be like,
Well, it's also for the jury, perhaps. Yeah, possibly. I mean, it might make him. I would have a hard time with it if I was in his shoes. Calling her anything other than the defendant. Maybe not. I don't know. Call her by her first name. But this court doesn't allow first
Indicating
name.
that she had a stacked education.
Once again, do you have that
Okay.
somewhere?
Just no. This is where, as a defense attorney, you're like,
Yeah, this
just
was.
ask the question again. Do you believe that she has this? And then you impeach him. Don't
An interview
force
with
him.
Detective
Don't let him
Bethel.
force you to walk through these things. Sir, I asked you a question. Do you believe my client is intelligent or smart? Yes or no? And then if he says no, and you have him saying yes before, then you impeach him. You're like, oh, so you're just
So that was
lying
the
on the
second
stand
one.
then
You
to
have-
make her look horrible.
That I'll just go with that one. But you
Okay.
indicated that she had a stacked education.
Yeah,
Okay. May I approach?
obviously I did.
You may-
Obviously, I did. Don't. He's letting the witness walk all over him. This is not good.
yeah, I just call her the POS. That's what I wish he'd say.
So after it was it that Wednesday then after she goes down to the sheriff's station that then she doesn't come home at that point?
So I don't know where so
Okay. She
that
left
day,
that morning.
she left sometime Wednesday.
other
middle
choice
of the
words.
day. I don't know specifically
Yeah.
when.
Okay.
Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him
I'm a
downtown
little
to
bit
the
too. He's
sheriff's
getting pushed
station.
around.
I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
It's hard to see if she's looking
And-
at the witness.
Then
Or not,
in
or what she's looking
February,
at.
that's when February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who is they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to
Damn it,
me.
now I
said,
gotta
"Hey,
get
we need
another
to talk,"
picture.
as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages. And then, all of those would have been planned to some degree.
These are the
So I
court
could be there
cameras that they
with
use
the,
for
FBI
their
agents and the sheriff's office agents.
hearings. It's not like court TV or anything. So
And they
have
kind of
limited numbers
There's
of
a
them.
plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both
authorities?
you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is,
Absolutely.
and trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
it's
Absolutely.
a good response.
And it appeared, maybe I'm wrong. So we have the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
Yeah, that's her. All the way
The
to
ones
the
that
right.
I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection?
Well, Mr.
was there-
Allen's
was there a
statements are
long
not
gap? Were you guys
testimony,
sitting
sir.
around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling
I bet.
time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
He calls it
I
a
don't know if-
cockamamie.
I think I'm
your
frustrated,
client's
period.
words.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope,
Cockamamie.
period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay,
Tony.
so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my
Need
son.
information. And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them. These are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very
It's
frustrating.
just as bad as if
And
I
they
just
don't make any sense.
stand
At
up
one
in
point
front of the
time,
jury and
she
say she's
says
guilty and walk
it's
out of the courtroom.
Eduardo, and then another point in time she says
think he
Quincy
did that.
Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that date, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that your?
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories, is what you quoted me as saying.
And
Okay.
even on
I get
that,
it. I get what he's doing.
the first one, the one that we heard yesterday,
She can't possibly be
on that
sane
phone call that she
because of
had
this ridiculous cockamamie
yesterday,
story that
she's
she
trying
spun.
very
I get it.
hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do when somebody had kidnapped Gannon and had taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal, so what she's telling you.
Mr. Lane, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call.
Yeah, I like the word cockamamie.
He indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the
Using it-
information and not part of the information.
Is that, you're recording that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information.
Okay.
He talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this.
Okay.
She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Yep, that's it. Just dawned on
Are
me.
you recording?
Yes.
From, okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that. Yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it. Like, play
It's
it in
actually
my
very
mind,
clever.
play
I
it in my
can go
head
over
again,
it a little later.
play it in my
Remind
head
me
again,
when we have
play it
a
in my head
pause.
again.
Okay.
Talk about that.
She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy.
Okay.
She tells
Yeah, but-
you
Never mind.
all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream.
Okay.
And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with her. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Tesha doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
Okay.
if you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Quit
Okay.
asking.
It's on the recording they have.
Okay.
I don't think he thought she was crazy. I think he thought she probably lies a lot, and he was just probably at that breaking point.
Yeah, and probably lied about a lot of little things and stupid things and just kind of maybe more annoying than anything.
Yeah, and
But
like,
not necessarily that she was dangerous.
yeah, just like, okay, here he's asking her, and she's telling
As
this
far as
crazy
I'm
story.
gonna kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Just
Yeah,
answer the
again, this is
question,
the Detective
sir.
Bethel,
That's your response,
Um,
attorney.
that it, sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her
Don't
and don't ride
let
the roller
the
coaster. If
witness
you disagree
ask
with
you
her, it becomes like a
questions.
roller coaster.
Sure.
You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. You remember doing an interview with the FBI then?
I did multiple interviews, so I might
Yeah.
need to see that one, Mr. Tellini.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange.
my
Sometimes she
thought
could be
too.
really great with the kids, doing everything with them. And then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind
Talk
if I
about
take
the
a look at
dance
that?
parties.
I don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
You may.
Let's get into the dance parties since we're bringing out everything else. Only if there's an objection. So the defense attorney could say, Judge, can you instruct him to just answer my questions? But his response,
Hold on, this
the
says
attorney's
February
response should
9th.
be, you're not asking me
This is
questions.
interview
You
of
just need
Albert
to answer
Stauch,
mine.
February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has the 3.
Okay.
So you're right. So February 9th, so that's my fault.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to blame that on the FBI. Because on the first page of that interview, they have 3-9.
I would hate to be on this
Can we
jury because
clarify
you're sitting
what
there
the
for
date
8
actually
weeks
is of the
over
You were correct. It was February
February.
9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
something you probably
And but
shouldn't
that
have to
point
be
in
there
time,
8
you
weeks
told
for.
them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
There's definitely issues between these parties, but again,
You
You know,
also
just because you guys
in
fight
that,
doesn't mean that she's
interview
gonna kill
thing
someone.
was that Monday with Detective Riley. Same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, she'd be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days in a week, like it's like the kids were left to fend for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not the Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had
Yes.
the interview with Detective Riley,
I agree the
Back-
witness is a victim and
So
should be treated
January
as such.
28th.
Okay. So
There's still a way to
this was the interview
not let
at
him
the sheriff's
control
office?
you.
Yes, with Detective Riley. Okay. And you were telling him, describing how Ms. Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other
Very
times
true.
they appear to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Ms. Stauch and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Layden, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Landon. I
okay,
apologize. That's
then I take back what I just said, yeah, can you start over with
Okay.
Landon, because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon, with your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Ms. Stauch would work together like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Ms. Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue.
Not
and
that
you
I've
didn't know
heard
where she
so
got the
far.
money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, when you talked to the district attorney's investigator, that sometimes Ms. Stauch likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, let me jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take your time, Mr. Trelane.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Ms. Stauch first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry. And that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
And that was James Lowry, do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
Oh, we don't.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, and I want to go into it, but not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but
What I wrote it down. Taylor. She refers to herself as Taylor.
She had
The defendant?
issues
Yeah.
maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but she,
I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It
Okay.
wasn't, she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but
She had
a lot of different
issues
jobs in a short
finding
period.
satisfaction.
You're
in
aware of in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
This is witness one,
not aware of
guys,
that.
by the
Are
way.
you aware
This
that
is the first
she was-
witness.
Well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
We have
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of witnesses.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did, so let me clarify, we did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married, obviously no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
I am. I'm judging
And
this
she-
witness right
and
now.
Actually, for most of your guys.
And I'm seeing a cocky, maybe
maybe
controlling kind of guy.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship, I know she at some
least that's
point
what
saw
I'm seeing.
somebody.
If I
for
haven't said it,
anxiety
that's what I
and got
see.
a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
Yeah, on cross, he appears to be controlling, and maybe that's a sign of how he was in the relationship. Not that it excuses anything that she did, but
Yeah, he seems very controlling, but she also does not seem like she likes being controlled. So seems like a hot mess.
When you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley.
she looks less creepy now than she did yesterday or even earlier today.
At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley?
Her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
In the disappearance of your son?
Yeah, we've already, let's.
Don't say we've already talked about
Ask
this.
the question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or,
First time by yourself?
yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you've indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
No,
at all?
sir. No, I did indicate that I don't think she had any mental
Okay.
health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time, telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn, I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions.
That was a good way to end. That was good. That was
Redirect
solid. That was
Mr.
all
Allen.
right.
But to say somebody is nuts and
Yeah, he's not a medical professional.
yeah, but like they make that they're trying to like lean that towards like she's mentally ill. It's like, no, people can just be fly off the handle nuts a lot of the time. A lot of people
Mhm.
are.
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
This is
Absolutely.
Did she know how to
redirect
play the
now.
game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question.
Yeah.
Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the rule,
Absolutely.
all the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask about softball? I feel like that's outside the scope.
You were asked at the very beginning too about
He asked
when you got custody of your
how they met.
kiddos, Gannon and Lena,
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's
that
right.
it was a safer environment with the defendant than with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she is all the
Would
way
you
to the
have
right.
thought that if the
Kind of a
defendant had
brownish,
severe mental health
purplish
disease or defect?
Sweater.
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You're asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe or something that would have his, it wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
You remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship. Yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs
Yes, sir.
without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Yeah, but I know. But again, he's asking all of these, both sides are of non-professional. He's not a professional.
You were asked about the
Medical
rental
field.
car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
Yeah, and that's the underlying issue is, did she know right from wrong?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just way down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease. And so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if, in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to.
Maybe.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then?
Well, this is why they're
crossing
talking
them
about
off
6 to 8
to
weeks
see
of
whether there's
trial.
Any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th,
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
He was gone on training, but he was full time.
You talked about
I don't think it
getting
was-
text messages and phone calls during the
was,
time that these recorded
National
phone calls
Guard.
were happening.
So I don't
Did
think it
the
was
defendant change
anything other than like a 9 to
the,
5.
I guess the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So
What is
which
this
indicated to
timeline?
me she no longer had her normal phone.
Yeah, she's
and
been
she was
doing
using
that
some
the
alternate
whole
method of
time during
communication, if
cross.
that makes sense.
It does. And so again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision-making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard in the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there in fact actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
The
It's appropriate objection.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
You got into
think
some
so.
questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our
Very
relationship.
true.
That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
when she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that a result of?
Oftentimes a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or
Like saying
lies or
I'm pregnant
mistruths
with
the defendant would
twins.
tell that I would have to
Yeah.
sort through, as you heard me doing these phone calls, that I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Arden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's
Shaking her
where
head.
I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other
Is
languages?
that where the
No, sir.
Taylor comes
Did
from?
she ever use the name Taylor and start
I'm not
having other
Letecia, I'm
personalities?
No,
Taylor.
sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining
a lot
steady
about
employment. Do
that.
you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday. in the
You
testimony.
answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship, in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And and why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tellini told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant, that is, came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's.
That's an
evening-
interesting
So the
debate.
third one total?
Yes,
Okay,
let me
that's fine.
finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office, so you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
Yes, I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch?
Oh yeah, jury's gonna ask
Oh,
a
they
question.
do. Yay.
Yeah.
No? All right. Thank you.
No
sir.
question. Okay, no jury questions.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
All right, no redirect. or
Called
anything.
Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Megan Ponder. Hang on, I gotta get this real quick. They don't have witnesses state their name, so this my spellings might be way off.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Ponder?
Oh, I thought it was Megan Ponder.
That's what I thought they said too. Megan. Well, I mean, maybe his name.
Yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Please state your name and spell it.
Please.
The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. I flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees and got here and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you
On
been
the
a
body.
bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but let the jury know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month,
And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
every 2 years.
I'm going to take you back to March 17th, 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge.
Missing the
rather
comments, am
long.
I?
The
Yeah, they love
basically
me.
the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
Pensacola, Florida.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean, the Gulf of Mexico?
Several miles, as the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
And I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes, sir.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often, was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge every 2 years?
Yes, sir.
We used to talk
the-
about bridges.
Our department,
gotta
for
establish the
state of
foundation
Florida,
while he was
we
there.
inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office
Talk
only
about how
handles
lucky it
state
was that they
highways
found
and the
him.
interstate.
So it would have been March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on the exact day.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Okay. Is that the only part that covers the river, or does it, when you talk about this marsh area, does a bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge?
I'm
to
muted. We
inspect
got a
it? What
one
are you
percenter
looking-
here. That's what I said.
Our job as bridge inspectors to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And If it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone particularly on March 17th, 2020 with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also, we're always on the interstate or on busy roads. So we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic or operating a piece of equipment if need be while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? And you indicated you even get in the water and look at the pillars.
Oh, she's doing her thing again.
Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir. During that inspection,
March
the
20?
particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, close to, it's kind of laying in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there.
How
It was
would
point of
someone
interest
get
when we got down
suitcase
there.
down there is
We didn't
a
look at it
question
then.
for
We just made a
us.
note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Goins.
And so when you first notice this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
When we
You're
first
reading the
noticed it,
messages.
to back
Sorry.
up prior before getting into the piece of equipment,
Dave's a hoot.
we also walk across the deck and take soundings at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge
is
of the
where I'm gonna
bridge
be,
to the top of the barrier wall.
disappointed that we're not going to
And,
see
when we looked over, the
exhibits very well
suitcase was right next to the edge of
because I
the vent
want to.
where we were taking the measurement.
I want to see photographs.
Had
of this.
it been in the middle of a
If it's-
vent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it.
If it's possible
But
for the
because of
defendant
its
to get down
location,
there,
it was
or
right next to
get
where
the
we dropped
suitcase down there.
our profile tape, is what we call it, to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge
I
where the
agree.
vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge and you see a suitcase directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're
Michigan
on the
does too.
eastbound lane, and we were on the east.
I think they should
right
allow
side
it
of the
more.
structure.
Oh yeah, really.
And so you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, we'll start at what we call the near end, which for our reference is we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, then yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
I'm curious as to why they started poking
And
around.
Mhm.
you start your underbridge inspection. Is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no, sir. It wasn't for probably roughly an hour, hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge.
Okay.
And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the the west end, working towards the east.
Okay.
What's interesting
And so
is that she drove so far.
what happens
jumped
when you get back
really
to that
close
area
to
where
her
the suitcase is?
because of the profile and as the bridge, there's the hump in the bridge. When we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore. So we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out, and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
Okay. And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
We got back to the suitcase, and where it was lying at kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida.
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide,
It could have been
you don't
2 years.
necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
Okay. So you, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it was very, very marshy and muddy. We, of course, didn't know what was in it, but underneath the bridge where it was at was very flat and sandy. And we kind of made a decision, let's pull it out of the mud and pull it underneath the bridge where it was flat and sandy, and whatever it was in it, let's just open it there rather than in the muddy marsh, just sticks and a lot of sticks and stuff there. So we pulled it underneath the bridge.
And what did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I was the first one to unzip it. And before we opened it, as soon as we unzipped it, we immediately noticed the smell. That's what hit us first. I remember looking up at Matt, who's quite a bit taller than me. And I said, Matt, I think there's something dead in here. And unfortunately, we do come across, sometimes somebody will throw out a litter of puppies or something in a bag, and that's not uncommon. It smelled, but it was so strong. It was different that day. So I didn't initially open it, and we kind of thought about what we were going to do first. When we finally went ahead and unzipped the rest of it, the smell was so overpowering. We kind of took a step back, and the first thing I remember seeing was just 2 little feet, and that had little football socks on them. The best I remember, I remember there being little socks on them. And before anything else happened, we couldn't really make out what it was. Matt dumped the suitcase over, and of course, we initially immediately knew it was a body. But after looking at it, it was we couldn't tell male or female, boy or girl. We didn't know. A lot of black hair. And then I turned away.
What was the size of this suitcase? Do you remember?
Roughly the size of a checked bag. It wouldn't have been it was too big to be a carry-on, but roughly the size of an older checked bag suitcase.
And was there anything else in the suitcase besides the body?
Lots of blankets. There may have been a pillow or something. I just remember a lot of bedding in there, and blankets. It was kind of the body was in a fetal position and partially wrapped up, so we couldn't tell a whole lot until we dumped it out. And again, I turned my head.
What did you do after that?
Walked away. I immediately said, we went ahead and called the inspection right there. I didn't have my cell phone with me. Matt did at the time. He's a volunteer firefighter and he's dealt with some of this stuff. And I was very thankful to have him there. We immediately dialed 911 and got them on their way. And then I walked up back to the top of the bridge and talked to our truck operator and told him kind of what was going on, that, you know, they were shutting it down. And then just waited for authorities to get there.
Okay. And did members of the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
And did they interview you and Mr. Goins and process that scene as it was theirs?
Yes, sir.
After we talked on the phone a few weeks ago, did you get an email from me of a Google Earth image of this bridge we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself mark a red arrow on that Google image as to where the body was found back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Me?
Mr. Ponder, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 60 and 69. 61 and 62 are going to be larger. So I'm going to turn these around so let's be done.
Yeah, that would
Mr.
be all
Ponder, I see
fine.
we're looking for a drink of water. There's a
Something
water
like that.
pitcher right there and some cups if you would like some. Be careful when you take the lid off, it comes out fast.
Somebody said it earlier too. Yeah, if they hadn't just happened to have been inspecting this bridge, it could have been 2 years.
You could just take a moment to look at those photographs and then I'll ask you some questions about them.
I don't think she did. There was no indication from any of the earlier reports that I read. It was a large suitcase, according to the father when he testified yesterday.
Yeah, I think she just shoved him in there.
Yeah.
As is.
Thanks for joining us. Hopefully, we'll be doing this
Have
all
you a
week.
chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Absolutely.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 60. Is People's Exhibit 60 one of the Google Earth images I sent to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict the Scambia Bridge, River Bridge, as you knew it back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Do all the photographs that I've given you, including the two ones that are on boards here to your left, accurately depict that bridge as it looked like on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 60 through 69.
Defense? Exhibit 60 through 69 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish People's Exhibit 60, which is going to be on that TV behind you and on this TV to my left.
Are they showing it? They did show some of the TV during opening statements. It doesn't look like they're moving the camera. They do have the ability to move the camera, even though this is court staff doing it. They have moved the camera around a bit before. Now, I don't want to see any autopsy pictures or anything, but I do want to see kind of how the suitcase could have gotten down there. Is there a question as to whether or not the defendant was actually able to do that herself?
While we're doing that, I'm going to do a little.
All right. Somebody asked why the husband, the father, became suspicious. He came home. She had a couple of weird stories about him not going to school, having a stomach ache, but then she said that he was bleeding everywhere, which sounded really weird to him. And then even though he was sick and stayed home from
Exhibit
school.
60 here on the TV screen. Is that the Google Earth image we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Could you just describe the bridge as we're looking at it on
No,
this?
I'll try to get into it later.
In what way, sir?
Well, let's see, if I can approach on it.
You may.
Be a pointer up here.
It was somewhere in February because that's when she left the state. I think we're going to get a
Just gonna
better
use these things.
timeline when they go over the
Can you
GPS
just kind of
track.
point out the direction of the bridge? If we see the river in this image?
So this is the Escambia River here. Our inspection would start on the west.
Right around the
end
time that those phone
towards-
recordings were
towards
happening.
the east. Each of these.
You didn't miss
concrete piers, you
anything.
can see Here's what we call vents. And that's where earlier, as I explained, taking the measurements from. So that's each of those that we stopped at is where we take our measurements from.
3
working
weeks.
From the near end or the west,
Like they've been
working.
cussing.
Breaking up really bad, Jamie.
Also, as I was saying that from the river forward, this area all here is marsh. It is over here really is also. Actually it's just very inaccessible to, except for there's a little service road here. Doesn't really go
No.
anywhere, but there's even some boats and stuff still left out here from previous hurricanes that nobody can get to.
Authorities do
And
not
so
believe
I'm
Harley was
assuming
involved.
that's not a populated area,
No, sir.
maybe some wildlife.
Probably lots.
Okay. Are there any lights on this bridge?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. A lot of times the channel is lit. There is a fender system there that would have been lit in the evenings, but I can't remember if there's lights. I want to say there is. It's pretty dark out there, and I'm pretty sure there are light poles on there. Actually, now that I come to think of it, because as we use our machine, we have to come up and over each of those, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, actually, I do believe it is lit, sir.
Okay. And as you're driving across this whole area, the marshy area here, if it's at night, would you know whether or not water would be underneath the bridge or not?
If you were unfamiliar with the area, no. I would say somebody who's driving across it that had never driven across it before and didn't know the area, you wouldn't think you were out of the water or over the water until you got back onto the pavement. Where this is a concrete bridge, and you can see where the concrete ends and the pavement begins. You're still actually elevated all the way up to the end of the bridge, elevated off the ground.
And now below that TV there, I put up People's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exhibit that you emailed back to me with the red arrow on there?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what we see in that exhibit using that pointer.
The arrow marks approximately where Matt and I found the suitcase that day. It's a little hard to see in that in the picture. But you can kind of see again where the vents are, the lines in the road. And it was one of the measurements right here. The suitcase was roughly just right over the bridge rail, right at the very edge of the marsh there.
And if we can go to People's Exhibit 62 at this time, or 63, I'm sorry. And now we have People's Exhibit 63 up. I'm going to place People's Exhibit 62 on the easel. What do we see here in People's Exhibit 63?
Just a magnified image of the structure.
Is this, again, an indication that you emailed to me with the red arrow saying where you and Mr. Goins found the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about this concrete area, of the particular bridge.
Okay.
Is there an area, what I would refer to as a shoulder area to park your vehicle? Did you expand on that bridge?
Yes, sir. The shoulder area would be indicated by the white hash marks on the right side of the bridge.
Expand on that, Paul?
I tried to post in response to a question in the chat and it went kind of weird. I don't know if you guys can get that.
If not, here, this is there we
There you
go.
go.
This is going to be your shoulder. The hash marks here would depict where you would be able to pull off the side of the road. Just very visible, you can see the center line here This is a two-lane bridge. And so there's almost room there for another lane, but that's just what we call a safety lane to be able to pull over and if you were having car troubles.
So plenty of room to park a vehicle there if you need.
Yes, sir.
And where this arrow is, and I know you may not be precise, but is that the general area where you and Mr. Goings were taking your measurements when you first saw the suitcase looking over the side of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
It was directly below what you called, was it the barrier?
What we would call a bent, and that's basically just the space in between each span, where the columns would hold up. Each column is what we call a bent, and it just in between those two is what we call the span.
You can go to People's Exhibit 64 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 64?
Yep. A picture appears to be looking on that is taken on the
It would be more interesting if we
westbound
could see the
bridge,
photos.
and that is in the safety lane of the westbound, which would also be though on the far end of that structure. Picture is looking west. Looking west, sir.
And so can you refer back to People's Exhibit 62 on the board here to your left, the on the easel?
Yes, sir.
And just kind of point out which lane to travel we're looking at.
That picture's approximately probably a little higher. Each of these are what we call the bents.
So could you have access to get underneath the eastbound lanes by pulling over in this area, walking underneath?
You would have access, but it'd be very difficult to access that area. There's also what we call slope protection.
Oh,
Or,
now we have a
or rock
witness.
rubble. And a lot of times those rocks move easily, they slip, they shift. You could walk down there, but you'd have to be very careful.
So looking at this, People's Exhibit 64, can you see the general area?
Hello. Welcome.
From this photo?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a little further past where we found it. The suitcase would have been further east.
And then
No problem. Let's go to People's Exhibit 65,
father
please.
confronted her and said what really happened. And then she came up with a whole kind of rape story and someone else.
Now, what do we
took
see in
off
People's
them,
Exhibit
and
65?
It went very chaotic from there.
Where the suitcase was found.
February
Now,
4th and 5th.
Is
Hasn't
this
been
where
introduced
you,
yet, though.
Mr. Goings pulled it out to and emptied the contents.
Yes, sir.
Could you use your pointer and just point out?
The
where the
direct
suitcase is in
was
this image?
essentially more phone calls, which were really damning for the defendant.
So with this photograph
Cross, he
be
came across
taken from
argumentative,
eastbound lanes,
which was interesting.
the westbound lanes, looking back towards.
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 66 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 66?
Again, where the suitcase was opened.
And can you point out the general area of where you and Mr. Goings pulled the suitcase out of?
Yeah, they need to keep this going with the witness camera. Yes, she did. She lied about where her vehicle was.
Able to, why we noticed where it was at, because it was right over next to the edge of the.
Yeah,
And just so the record's
confrontational,
clear,
condescending
the
at
measurements
times.
we're taking where we see the pillars for the bridge.
It wasn't a good look.
Yes,
for
sir.
her.
So you would have been looking down directly off the edge of the bridge where those pillars are,
Yes, sir.
and the suitcase would have been located to the right of the pillars as you're looking down.
Yes, sir.
And about how many feet, again, estimate, did you guys pull that out of that marshy area to its right?
I would say
Almost.
roughly 10 feet, maybe not even that far. It was almost directly below the barrier rail.
And when you moved the suitcase, did it leave an indentation in the ground?
I honestly can't remember. I didn't notice. The part I did notice was the suitcase was at an odd angle. It looks like it had fallen on a corner of the suitcase. It wasn't flat, but it was sitting at an odd angle.
Did you point out to members of the sheriff's department exactly where the suitcase was at when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to take photographs of that area as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
I didn't think
You can go
so.
to People's Exhibit 67.
I felt like it made him look kind of bad.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 67?
We started
See the
cross
bedding and
at the stream,
open
by the way.
suitcase.
Could you point out the bedding? And was the body wrapped around this bedding?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you left it when you went to go call 911?
Yes, sir.
We go to People's Exhibit 68, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 68?
Just on the edge of the marsh line.
Is this area consistent where the suitcase may have been when you and Mr. Goins pulled it out?
Yes, sir.
Go to 69. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Just again, right there where the suitcase was found. And you can see, and I don't know how long it had been there, but the
She's been
bushes
sitting
and
like
stuff
that this
are
entire
pushed to the
time.
side.
Just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
They need to angle that camera up a little bit, and then it'll be
Those are my questions. Thank you.
it'll be good to
Mr. Bonner.
maintain that. Okay, so we're done
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
with direct.
I had to make a work phone
Good
call.
afternoon, sir. How are you?
Angle. I
Yes,
like
sir.
it.
My name is Will Cook and I represent the defendant in this case. I'm going to ask you some follow-up
He's
questions.
still acting like it's a deposition.
When you were doing the bridge inspection, did you have any kind of machine like a cherry picker? Or I don't know what you would call it, a cherry picker that would kind of reach under the bridge so you could do a visual examination of the underside of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all using that device yet when you discovered the body, or were you doing the soundings and then going to come back and do work with equipment and
We were performing the soundings first, the profile,
Okay.
and then come back with the what we call a snooper or an underbridge inspection machine.
Okay. And the soundings, you're just going along, walking along the edge of the bridge and dropping a line and seeing what the length of it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would take that sounding measurement at each pier
Yes, sir.
of the bridge?
So we have a new camera angle.
Just some of the
Yeah, they added a witness.
areas where it looks like the bridge is elevated, I guess by definition,
I like
bridge
it.
is elevated, but
Yeah.
is that because the river will sometimes flood up and that will be
Yeah, that's my hardest part.
actually, instead of land or ground, it'll be flood water underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that happen every year, or is that like 100-year flood, 50-year flood, something that happens every spring or summer, or just
It
depends on the weather?
depends on the weather, how much rain we've had. That area also, pictures are gone, but there's several boats in there. That area, it's a tendency to flood during, obviously during hurricanes, and also during tides. That area is all tidal.
Mhm.
So during high tides, it has a tendency for the water to be
You would hope
higher
they
or
would have
lower
a point.
at different times of the year.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 60, that was on the board, it looked like on the other side of the river from where the body and the suitcase were found, it looks like there's a smaller river or tributary of the Escambia River.
Are you talking about the north side of the bridge there?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that looks like maybe it's a marina or a boat launch or something there? Is Doesn't have it on that one. May I approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may, sure.
So, yeah, it's not very clear here, but it was very clear on the latch thing. Is there a marina or settlement or something like that there?
It is a marina, sir. I was unclear where you were talking about that.
I'm sorry. That's why I approached.
So other people possibly could have had access to it and dumped
Is
it there.
that a permanent marina where people keep their boats all the time?
Yes, sir. It's just a small tributary that runs back up. I don't believe it goes to the north just a little bit. There's a little marina on that side of the bridge as well. There's actually a marina on both sides, the north
Okay.
and south side of the bridge.
So just on the other side of the bridge from where the suitcase was found, there's settlement, there's, two marinas, there's stuff going on, presumably lights and civilization, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
sure the marina's lit up at night. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had mentioned the suitcase was very heavy and seemed waterlogged. This date back in March of 2020, I think March 17th of 2020, you testified to. Had there been flooding under the bridge in the weeks preceding the discovery of the suitcase?
I'm not for sure, sir.
Not for sure. Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No,
thanks, Sheriff.
that's it. No,
Do any of
redirect.
the jurors have any questions for Mr. Ponder?
Keep forgetting about the jury questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room and ready to go at, say, 3:10, we should be able to start on time at
So
that
20-minute
point. All
break.
rise for the jury, please.
They forgot this camera. There we go. Okay, wait a minute. There we go. All right. Well, we'll put you on equal footing with myself, I suppose. All right. Interesting. The cross kind of sort of teased the idea that maybe somebody else had access to it. I'm hearing noise in the background, but I think it's just the judge rustling stuff. Well, yeah, nothing's going on. So, all right. Try to get back up to some of the questions people had.
Gonna say, you said there was one you wanted to.
Is there anything we need to take up before our next witness prosecution?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. We'll be back at 3:10.
What time, Your Honor? I have to run to DST.
3:10?
3:10. Okay, thanks.
310. He's now said it 3 times for you, counsel. All right. I don't like this defense. He was bullied on. He was bullied by Gannon's father, which is not a good sign. And I know you want to try to treat him with kid gloves, kind of thing. He's the victim, but it just wasn't a good look. What was a good look for the defense was Gannon's father looking like kind of a condescending control freak a little bit. So that was good for them. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really overcome the videos, or not the videos, the recorded phone calls. So what I was trying to say before is that father became suspicious. Giving a little background, by the way. She lied about being pregnant with twins. She lied about 2 sexual assaults when they were living in Alaska. Father is saying that she was doing this stuff so because she didn't want to live in Alaska, to give him an excuse to leave. And a bunch of other stuff. There were break-ins and stuff like that that she admitted weren't true. But then when on the 26th, she said that he wasn't feeling well. Then on the 27th, she said that he was essentially bleeding out his butt, which is something he never done before, even though he does have some bowel issues, and stayed home from school, although he then went to a friend's house and then never returned. So that was concerning. When he was picked up from the airport, she picked him up in a rental car, and she said she picked him up in a rental car because her car was a lease. They were going to be driving around a lot looking for Gannon, and she didn't want to use the miles, which the father was like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. And then as he was driving around looking for Gannon, he thought he would just drive by the elementary school where the defendant said she left her vehicle, and he didn't see it. And so then he's putting all kinds of things together. And that's really sort of what tipped him off at the end of the day. And so he went to the police and said, I think my wife might be involved in this somehow. Later on, I don't remember I think it was later that day, she texted him and asked him to come into the bedroom because she wanted to talk to him. And that's where she came up with the first rape story that someone, I can't remember his name, came in, raped her, and then threw Gannon and against the wall or something and injured him and then took off with him. And then from there on, the stories kept changing and kept getting crazier and crazier. So that's kind of what led him down the road to suspect her. And then he met with investigators, and they did the recorded phone calls, which you heard a lot of this morning and yesterday. When did this happen? Yeah, so if people don't know, by the way, in Michigan and in maybe half the states now, jurors can ask questions. They have to write it down. It gets cleared through the judge, and then the judge, I believe, asks the question. At least that's how it works in Michigan. Maybe in this state, the jurors themselves are allowed to ask, but that's starting to spread more and more. I think jurors should be able to ask questions of the attorneys during their closing arguments, just like face to face. Now you just said this. Let me ask you that. One, it would be good for all parties because the attorneys are just arguing. They're making their closing arguments. They have no idea what the jury's thinking. So it'll help them make a better argument. And two, it'll also help the jury be more informed because they can actually ask those questions. Someone asked about what time this takes place. This was January 27th of 2020 is when he went missing. He was found March 20th of 2020 under the bridge. She was charged March 2nd, 2020. So she was charged before they actually found him. And she was arrested in South Carolina.
And what I'm saying was on those phone calls, he had kept saying that we've been over this for 3 weeks now. So she was like discussing all these stories with him for like 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, and they kept changing. And then the last phone call we heard, which I think was the last in time, towards the end of February or something, she was saying that, he fell and hurt himself. And then another man, I guess, took him to the hospital, and she never saw him again or something. It was really weird because she had to go to Petco or something, and so someone else took him to the hospital. It troubles me. Yeah, I know. And it is, when you listen to his story, if you start my stream from yesterday, at the very beginning, his testimony, it starts with him. And they're going through the backstory, and you're listening to all this, and you're like, she lied about this and that and this and that, and burglaries in the house and staging the house and lying about guns, that she shot a gun in the house and all kinds of craziness. And the question is then, why is she still with him? And I'm going to step away and let you take it for a second, Jamie, because I've got people here. Hang on.
He puts me on the spot.
Jamie, go. Did we lose Jamie?
Yes, now I got a work phone call. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, entertain us, Jamie. All right, hang on. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. We have a couple or a new animal in the house, so that's fun. Bar music from the 1950s movie? No, it's hold music. It's supposed to be like "Please stand by" kind of thing. You know, I put this up. You know, please stand by. We're just on hold here. That kind of thing. All right. Let me get to some of the rest of these questions here. Love boat music. I like the hold music. I find it fun and soothing. Yeah, she lied about some strange guy at the gate with Gannon, didn't she? I could not keep track of her lies, honestly. She talked about so many different things in those recordings, and she was talking so fast. She was talking on the inhale, someone pointed out too. I couldn't keep track of it. I was gonna try to like watch it slow mo, but it went on and on and on. I think there was 3 hours of phone calls, and that was I don't know. That's a lot to kind of like watch back through and get a transcript from. Yes, Jamie. Jamie just she left us. Yeah, that's the other thing is you don't lie about it. Why would she lie about? First of all, why would she lie about where her car was? That was the final thing. So someone said it's weird that the father suspected her so quickly. She had a strange story about Gannon not feeling well. That's not strange. His stomach's upset. He's got some medical issues. But then the symptoms of it were odd because he's never pooped blood before, is what she was saying. That didn't happen like the way she was describing it. And then so that was odd. And then it was odd to kind of hold him from school and then send him to his friends. It wasn't odd that she kept him from school if he's not feeling well, but then allow him to go to his friends. That was odd. So got couple of odd things. And then he goes missing. So now we have a third odd thing. And then father immediately flies home. He gets picked up from the defendant in a rental car, which is now a fourth odd thing. And she says, "Oh, I left my car at the elementary school." So while he's driving around, he goes by there and doesn't see her car. And she's still driving around in the rental. So that's like the fifth odd thing. And that's the lie. So it's, I don't think he jumped the gun. I think he made a rational conclusion. Yeah, that's a good question. Do parents overlook stuff too much? Or is being suspicious too often going to lead to more conflict? Suspicion over stepkids? That's an interesting question. Or step parents, rather. There's got to be a fine line, I would imagine, between just anything that you're supervising your kids on. You could check their phone constantly and read through every message. One of my things with the Crumbly case, by the way, I have a playlist on the Crumblies, and those are the parents of the Oxford school shooter that are being charged criminally. And they said, oh, he had made Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, had sent text messages to a friend talking about how depressed he is and how he wants therapy, that how he got a gun and how he's going to shoot up the gun, or shoot up the school rather. Well, that was like over 2 text messages out of 20,000 text messages. And the state is expecting these parents to have read every single one of them. And so, okay, are you going to be that parent that reads every single one of the kids' text messages? And if you're not, are you a bad parent? That's one of the issues. So it's, I don't know, I feel like it's a tough balancing act. And it would be the same even if you were to sort of throw a step parent in the mix. Can you not do that? Somebody mentioned that when she was talking on the phone, that she was like essentially talking on the inhale, which was, I never heard that before, but it sounded right. She was talking very fast. Yeah. You could err on the side of suspicion. I mean, I guess there's no harm in that to some extent. But again, in this situation, your child's missing. You just want to find him. You're driving around everywhere looking for him, and your wife is lying to you. I don't think that came as an easy decision for him to suspect his wife, by the way. It didn't sound like that on his testimony. Okay, let's see if we can walk through this. The first story was that he went to a friend's house and didn't come back home. Then there was a story about him possibly running away because he was scared about being grounded for life or something like that, or for a year. And then there was a story that she told her husband in the bedroom the night he got back that she was raped. And I can't remember the name of the guy or why he was there, but some guy came into the home and raped her. And Gannon was trying to defend her or something and somehow got injured and then was taken. And then there's a story about, I don't remember if this is the same guy. There's a story about the carpet guys, but I don't know if that was, the carpet guy was the same guy that went into the house. Oh, God. And then there was a story about this gentleman. I put him up top. I don't have a bigger picture of him. There was a story about Quincy Brown, and I don't remember exactly how he got his hands on Gannon, but Quincy Brown apparently took Gannon at some point and raped her, and I think that was in her vehicle when they were like going to Petco or something. And then the last story is that Gannon had fallen for some reason, and someone else took him to the hospital, and that's the last time. I'm sure I'm missing a lot, and I'm sure I'm getting them mixed up because I can't keep track of them. But if somebody has a better outline of all of her stories, please put it in the chat. That's all I remember. We're coming back here. I'm saying all the women, saying this woman. I don't think these parents should be prosecuted. Not in this case. They're not normal to make up, but, you know, every time someone says, well, that's so unusual, there's no way she could have made it up. People made up Star Wars. You know, people make up Lord of the Rings. People can make up all kinds of stuff. There's, you know, kidnapping films and stuff like that. People can make things up. And please like and subscribe and tell your friends about this channel so we can get to 1,000 subscribers is my goal right now. And I noticed that 60% of my viewers are not subscribed. So please subscribe. All right. I hear the judge saying everyone be seated. So.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing by the people.
Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Let's get the other camera going again. Come on. What I really think happened is that she got super angry at him, at Gannon, for the whole candle fire thing or whatever, and then went a little too far with her physical corporal punishment, and then got rid of him to cover that up.
Okay,
that's what I really think happened. That was in response to you, but that's what I think happened. She is all about her. It's me, 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 me. And oh shit, I did something bad, and I need to cover it up. And I'm able to tell stories and get out of situations, so that's what I'm going to do.
Well, we can't do that, and I don't want to, because there's too much risk of getting a juror's case.
there's no risk of giving the juror's face by turning on the witness camera.
And then you have the tripping hazard. So we're not going to do that.
Maybe.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, hit the like button. Did I put that up there? Yes, like the video and subscribe. I should probably phrase that differently. All right. Giant corporate media conglomerate, fix your screen so we can see the entire.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall
Division
20 CR
15.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We would call Jason Yoder to the stand.
How do I spell that name? Yoder, Y-O-D-E-R.
Mr. Yoder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, good. They got the camera
Go
on.
ahead, have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
He looks
And
like a detective.
prosecution, it looks like there are still some exhibits on the witness stand. I didn't know if you were planning on using
They're the
them.
ones for him, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Yoder. How are you doing?
All right, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Jason Yoder, Yoder.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a criminal investigator
For what
with the
agency?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office currently.
And where is Escambia County?
It's borders Florida and Alabama line.
Florida?
It's in Alabama, but it borders the Florida line.
So parts of Florida in it, parts of Alabama?
Yes, it's just kind of split.
All right, that's interesting. Florida and Alabama must get along quite well to share a county like that.
Well, sometimes.
That is actually interesting. I've
What
never
was
heard
your
of.
occupation back in March of 2020?
I was a major crimes detective with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office
And is that the county right across the river from Escambia County?
from Escambia, Florida. Yes, sir.
And so
Workforce
does
trauma,
Escambia Bridge kind of connect those
Some
two
stabbing
counties?
Yes, sir, it
and
does.
some shooting.
What was your
little
role
of
back
everything.
on March 17th of 2020 when you were with the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, part of our division.
And did you get called out during that day on March 17, 2020 to the Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the basis for your call out?
Bridge inspectors with the Florida Department of Transportation uncovered a body out of a suitcase underneath the bridge.
And what kind of details did you get before you, I'm assuming you eventually went out to that bridge?
Yes, sir.
What details did you get prior to going out to the bridge?
Not a lot. It's just the bridge workers had opened a suitcase and found what they believed to be a body inside the suitcase.
And were you assigned to be the lead detective in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got out to the bridge?
Does anyone know if she's facing
Called our
charges?
crime scene unit. Our crime scene unit began the process.
Florida
the
or
scene.
Alabama?
I observed them do their thing, coordinated with other detectives doing different interviews.
When you got out to the bridge, did you observe a body?
Yes, sir.
Please describe what you saw when you got out there.
When I arrived, there was a suitcase on the ground, opened, what appeared to be a human body, like it was rolled out of the suitcase, covered with bedding, and a pillow was inside it as well.
And were members of your agency interviewing these bridge inspectors who had found the suitcase and the body?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of information did you have going into that?
Just that they were doing a routine check of the bridge. They discovered a suitcase in the wood line, drug it up under the bridge, opened it, and discovered the body inside the suitcase.
And did they point out the location where the suitcase was when they first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And did members of your sheriff department take photographs of those areas?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when you got there, could you see an impression in the marsh area
Pull it up.
where the suitcase may have been for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
And was it consistent with the size and shape of the suitcase as you saw it?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to the bridge, where was this indentation where the suitcase was at, where the bridge inspectors had found it?
I
Being,
don't really know exactly how far, but it was off in the wood line away from the bridge.
charged with
To your
tampering with
left,
the
there's
deceased human
People's
body
Exhibit
and tampering with
61,
physical evidence.
which is
in
on the
addition to
ESO
murder.
there. It's actually not those photographs in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just right here. Look.
Well, there you go. I'm sorry.
You see that red arrow right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the general area where this indentation was in the marshy area where the bridge inspector said the suitcase was found?
Yes, sir.
And are those the
Pretty much, sure.
eastbound or westbound lanes?
This lane here is eastbound.
And so the
It
river
was
we
the
see
bridge
there, would that be
house.
west of that location?
But I don't think it's that many
And
anymore.
is the city of Pensacola on the other side of that river on the west side?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with that area?
I am.
These are all out of
Are you
Colorado.
familiar with the Candlewood Suites Hotel that's in Pensacola?
I know about where it's at. I'm not sure exactly where it's at.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit.
It's like basically concealing a dead body.
Nancy
She was also
Redmond.
charged with child abuse resulting in a death, but that was actually dismissed before
Yes, sir.
opening statements.
What is
on
it?
Day one.
It's a layover map, the river, Highway 90. I believe that's scenic highway that runs down with the hotel there, ported out.
Is that the Candlewood Suites Hotel that I alluded to?
Yes, sir.
And does it also have a red dot as to where the suitcase was located?
Yes, sir.
And does it actually depict that area as it looked back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 221.
221 will be admitted.
Place this up on the ESO and ask you a couple questions about it. Drop the other one first. And there's a pointer just behind it. See that?
Sir.
Could you go ahead and point out where the bridge is and the indicator where the suitcase was found? And the general area of the city of Pensacola?
Parts really after the bridge. Parts of it.
And the Candlewood Suites Hotel?
Yes, sir. It's all, Pensacola city limits.
And is there a direct route to that bridge from the Candlewood Suites Hotel?
Yes, sir. Come down Highway 90, and off of Scenic Highway, I believe that's what that route. Take you right to it.
You got to speak a little louder. I'm sorry, Mr. Yoder.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Highway 90.
Huh?
And I believe this is going to be Scenic Highway, if I'm not mistaken, and Scenic Highway should run to the hotel.
I was intended to be watched by
May I
phone.
approach again, Your Honor? Just
You may.
Let's see if I can pull up her charging documents.
Did you make any attempts to identify the body of the young boy that was found in the suitcase?
After we left the scene, yes, sir.
What did you do?
After we left, we went back to our office, started doing a regional and state search for missing children. Never found anything statewide or region-wide. One of the people in our office brought a flyer to my attention from Colorado. He had some of the same features such as dental features, height, weight, seemed to be pretty close, but we didn't have anything confirmed at that time.
So you had a missing persons flyer? Is that what you're,
Yes, sir.
and was this in some sort of database or?
From the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And at that time, did you know that this was a child that was found in the suitcase?
Yes, we had a pretty good idea it was a child. We didn't know for certain, but it was pretty good indication.
And what was that based on?
Clothing, size.
And was there anything particular with this particular child that had you look at the missing persons database and particularly the information you talked about from Colorado?
As far as features on,
Yes.
okay, so the thing that stuck out to us was dental features mostly. I
Okay.
had two large front teeth and a rather large gap between those two front teeth.
And did you make efforts to contact anyone in Colorado with regards to that?
The following
Yes.
day we did.
But you can
Tell us
hide a
about
body
that.
even if you didn't
We
kill
attended
him.
the autopsy on the following day.
Accessory
I
after
took the
the
flyer
fact.
with me with the photo of Gannon on it. Autopsy personnel cleaned the body they took his clothes off, cleaned him up real good. It started becoming a little bit more noticeable that this might be this child.
And were you aware whether or not they eventually were able to positively identify this body as Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
How?
There's a series of photographs there in front of you. It's People's Exhibit 70 through 76. If you could take a moment and look at those for me. And we'll start with People's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize that
Yes,
photograph?
sir.
What is that photograph of?
It's a photo, Lee, I think it's taken from the ground to the top of the bridge.
And does that photograph show looking from the general area where the suitcase was discovered from the bridge workers up to where the bridge is,
Yes, sir.
overlooking the barrier?
Yes, sir.
I want to
Does
see
that
these
actually
photos.
depict that area as it looked back on March 17, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 70.
Exhibit 70 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
This is the bedding that was located in the suitcase along with the body of Gannon.
And does that look, or does it actually depict what you saw out at the scene on March 17, 2020, when you got out to the scene and the body of Gannon Stauch was there next to the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit
That one I
71.
don't want to see. I just want to see where it was located under the bridge.
What is People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention.
Okay. And does that actually depict the flyer as you saw it back on March 17, 2020, when you were looking in the database or trying to discover who the body was at that point?
Yes, sir.
Probably this flyer.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 72.
Exhibit 72 will be admitted.
Were you also present at autopsy on March 18, 2020, when the blankets and pillow were photographed from the suitcase that was recovered from the bridge?
Yes, sir.
And I'll start with People's Exhibit 73. What is People's Exhibit 73?
This is part of the bedding and the blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
Like 74?
Another piece of bedding that was also located in the suitcase.
And 75?
This was the pillow that was located inside the suitcase.
And 76?
Another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
And does People's Exhibit 73 through 76, do they accurately depict those items as they looked on March 18, 2020 at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 73 through 76.
Exhibit
Again, I'm gonna
73,
say that this is
74,
a
75, and 76 will be admitted.
Great, straightforward prosecution. No
If we can start
shenanigans,
with People's Exhibit 70,
appropriate
request to publish.
questions, telling a story, admitting evidence, and moving on. It's kind of refreshing to see that approach. The defense, on the other
You
hand,
see People's Exhibit 70 there?
Sorry.
I'm going to place 61 back up on the easel. In People's Exhibit 70, and red arrow we see on People's Exhibit 61, would this be looking directly up at the bridge from where the suitcase was discovered?
Yes, sir.
And is that the barrier we talking about that kind of protects the side of the bridge there?
Yes, sir.
From what we see here, would it be consistent with a suitcase coming over the side of that bridge where the suitcase ended up?
Yes, sir.
We can go
We almost got a partial
We're gonna go to
image
People's Exhibit 72 now.
of the location of the suitcase.
I'm sorry, 71. What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
The bedding and the body that was located inside the suitcase.
And is that the Gannon Stauch that you referred to earlier?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the clothes that he has on. Were those clothes retrieved at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And are those, what are those? The pants? Let's start with.
They look like, kind of like jogging pants. It's like an athletic
I would assume.
top and some socks with footballs on them.
And the jogging pants that you referred to, do they have a stripe that goes down the side of them?
Yes, sir.
I would agree a little bit.
And is this the
Long.
bedding that you referred to that was also in the suitcase?
Yes, sir, it is.
If we can go to People's Exhibit 72, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention in an attempt to identify this body that we had.
Zachariah Anderson for
And
sure.
you made reference
And
to
the bullshit that they tried to
dental
put on written
observations.
Yes, sir.
Could you talk about that?
A noticeable gap in a rather large two front teeth. They're noted in these pictures, matched up with the body that we had under the bridge.
Every day they seem to get better and better.
And you talked about contacting people in Colorado. Do you contact people with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. It was the sheriff's office.
And did you let them know that you found
We're
a
just talking
body out in
about
Florida on March
Prosecutorial
17th?
conduct.
Yes, sir.
Right.
We explained to them, kind of described what we found, like the blankets and the body, stuff like that. Thought this might be Gannon. And then we went from there.
And then is that when efforts were made to positively identify him?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 73, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 73?
This is one of the blankets that was located inside the suitcase.
And did you eventually make reference to these blankets and the pillow and things like that to the members of the Sheriff's Department in El Paso County? And was this evidence eventually transferred back to here, El Paso County?
Yes, sir, it was.
We can go to 74 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 74?
Also another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
Would this be the other side of what we saw in People's Exhibit 74?
Sorry. Yes, you are correct. Yes, sir.
So it's one blanket, two sides.
Two
okay?
sides, right, correct.
How about People's Exhibit 75?
This is the pillow that was found inside the suitcase.
And were you present when this pillow was x-rayed?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. What was located inside this pillow? Do you recall?
2 projectiles, 2 bullet fragments.
People's Exhibit 76. What do we see in People's Exhibit 76?
The other blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
And do you know how Gannon's body was transferred to the coroner's office?
It was through their medical personnel and their vehicles and their equipment.
But the Gannon Stauch that you saw under the bridge was the same Gannon Stauch that was in autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing a breakdown of the closing arguments on the Anderson trial. And
Those
then
are my
I'm
questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
cutting to
Cross-examination,
all the
Mr.
evidence that
Tellini.
wasn't there to support his arguments.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
All right, so now we're crossing.
Look at this. So Pensacola is kind of right on the border of Florida and Alabama, correct?
No, sir.
Where's it at? Where is it? It's in the Panhandle of Florida?
It's in the Panhandle, but it's probably an hour and a half from the border. I don't know
Oh,
how
okay.
close you're talking about.
Okay. All right. And it's a beach community.
Yes, sir.
This bridge that the suitcase was found under, it's a bridge over what?
Where the suitcase was found, it's nothing but the bridge itself covers Escambia River Bridge.
And how big a bridge is that?
Guesstimate 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. And how, just estimate, how big is that, the Escambia River? How wide across?
Wide,
When you
From
have
one bank to the other?
great evidence, it's even more of a reason not to
300
be
yards guesstimation.
obnoxious with your prosecution.
And so there's dry area on each side, like bridge covers some dry area, then the river, dry area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just looking
He's
at
been
that,
around.
is that the biggest bridge in Pensacola?
No, sir.
There's a lot of bigger bridges there,
Yes,
aren't
sir.
there? Like there's looks like there's bridge 98, Highway 98.
Yes, there's the one on Highway 98.
What does Highway 98 go over?
It's over the bay.
Over the bay. How long of a bridge is Highway 98?
I wouldn't have any idea.
A lot longer bridge though?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 times longer?
It's probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles, maybe.
Okay. And that goes over the bay, like
Yes, sir.
this is the Gulf of Mexico and then goes into that bay, correct?
Again, he's going to
How deep is
argue
that bay?
Depends on where you're at.
anybody
In the
could-
middle. Say if I was to throw something off the middle of that bridge, how deep would that bay be?
15 feet,
Okay.
15, 20 feet guesstimate.
How deep is the river?
Probably 25, 30.
Okay. And then looks like another, what about Highway 10? How long is that bridge?
I-10 is probably the same 2-3 miles long.
Okay, and going over the same bay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is there are much longer bridges over much bigger bodies of water other than that bridge located near there. You would
Oh,
agree
yes,
with that?
sir. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. And I have a wonderful playlist for it.
I also noticed,
every day of
DNA from
trial plus
anybody?
some breakdowns.
Did I take it?
Yes.
No,
Do you
sir,
know
I
if DNA was taken?
It was taken. Yes, sir.
It was taken from Mr. Ponder and Mr. Goings?
I believe so. Swabs were taken from both of those gentlemen.
You know why?
Just to make sure that they weren't the ones that was fooling around with the
Okay. And
suitcase.
well, and also it'd be so if DNA tests were run to figure out who may have put that person in that suitcase,
Correct.
that would be able to eliminate those 2 people.
Sure.
And so as part of a police procedure, you want to take DNA from if you're trying to zero in on one person, you'd want to take DNA from other people who could possibly contribute to that to be able to zero in on one person specifically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Prosecution, redirect.
Probably not.
I want to talk about this Escambia River
Maybe.
Bridge. You're quite familiar with that bridge?
Yes, sir.
You travel that quite frequently?
Yes, sir.
Any lights on that bridge?
Have a good night.
No, sir.
Pretty dark at night?
It is.
And is there room, particularly where this suitcase was found, to park a vehicle?
There, both of the lanes
That's a
are
good
2
question.
lanes on each way. There's also, in like an emergency pull-off lane on the side of the bridge, so flat tires or whatever. That's the only place that you could pull over without getting ran over on that bridge.
And these other bridges that council alluded to, are they heavily traffic bridges?
Yes, sir, they are.
I-10,
Yes, sir.
is that a spot where you could park and dump a suitcase at the bridge?
It has the same pullover lanes as the rest of them do. Yes, sir.
But there might be more traffic on in the Escambia River Bridge?
Depends on time of year. They had the time of day, time of year.
What about 4 o'clock in the morning on February 4th, 2020?
Probably not a lot of traffic. I wouldn't guess.
Would there be any traffic on the Escambia River Bridge at that time?
Probably very minimal.
Thank you.
Those are my questions, Jerry.
I know now.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for
Oh, I always forget about the
Detective
jury
Yoder?
questions. I got to add that.
No. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step
I'd be
down.
asking
Thank you.
questions. Well, not necessarily of this one, but definitely Gannon's father. All right, so we're moving through witness
Prosecution, call your next
protection.
witness,
That's
please.
Your Honor, Nicholas Berklich.
Last name again?
Berklich.
Okay.
good. That spelling's way off. Berklich. All right, somebody help me with that. Nicholas Berklich.
Mr. Berkowitz, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Berkowitz?
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your
Please
step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon. Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And generally, what's the nature of your role with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a major crimes detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
A little over 18 years now.
And in January into 2020, what was the nature of your role with the Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I had just joined the major crimes unit, probably about 3-4 months prior.
And as it relates to the nature of your work on the case that you're here before
That's
today, was part of your role assisting in the collection of various items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And in the collection of those various items of evidence, are you responsible for logging them in or processing them in some way?
Yes, once they get collected, we either put it into temporary storage at the evidence facility, or we go ahead and process it in, depending upon what else is happening.
And do you recall processing particular items of evidence as it relates to items from Gannon?
All kinds of crazy
Yes, ma'am.
tape recordings. And now we're actually getting to the crime at hand. I have no idea. I put what I put. I have no idea if it's the right spelling.
You're under permission to approach the
Sorry, go
witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 182 and 183.
Go ahead.
$182 and $183, probably photos.
Handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 182 and 183. Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with them?
I don't know who this woman prosecutor is. It's the first time we've heard from her. She's got the same hairstyle as the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you generally recognize what they are?
From the description, yes.
Okay. And based on the description and the processing of how you process evidence, can you explain to the jury how a description is associated with an envelope, for example?
There's a program that we have that we use for processing the evidence in. You type in the name of the item and then a brief description of what it may be. Then it automatically generates a number for us.
Okay. And in conjunction with those particular items, People's Exhibits 182 and 183, were you part of the processing or collection or logging into evidence of those particular items?
Yes, I was.
And if you would, there are some gloves next to you.
Oh, good. We're going to get
and scissors.
evidence opening live in the microphone.
And I'll ask you to open up to start People's Exhibit 182. Leave the item in the envelope so that you have an opportunity to look at it and identify it.
Leave it in the envelope?
Yes,
Okay.
for now.
And that was, you said 182?
Yes, sir.
Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself and my commentary for what it is. There's the Anderson trial was a lot of fun because it was, well, for me, obviously not for Mr. Anderson, but the attorneys in there were insane, and we nicknamed it the Muppet Show. And we had a lot of fun with it. This one's a little more depressing. We're trying, though. We're trying to be entertaining here.
Now, in looking in the envelope that's been marked as People's Exhibit 182, are you generally able to recognize the item inside as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a toothbrush that was inside a holder that was brought to us.
Okay. And based on the last time you recall seeing it, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be the same, ma'am. I don't see
Okay, so this is the
thing that stands out.
This is the
And now
evidence that
you
they're
just pulled up
using
the
as a
envelope.
base for the
There's
DNA.
various colors of tape on the envelope. Does that indicate to you, or what does that indicate to you, I should say?
It tells the red tape is the tape that I put on it. This blue tape is tape that somebody else has opened the package for whatever reason. and has resealed it.
Are they tampering
At
with
this time,
evidence?
Your Honor, the people have moved to admit People's Exhibit 182.
Defense? Exhibit 182
Can't
will
hear
be
you.
admitted. Go ahead.
Now, if you could take a moment to take out People's Exhibit 182
Thank you.
and show it to the
I'm
jury.
happy you think so. I thought I was going to hear a lot of paper wrestling.
Do I need to take the cap off?
No, that's all right.
Okay.
You can put it back in the
Oh,
envelope.
he's got a Star Wars toothbrush. Yeah,
In
this-
terms of People's Exhibit 183, I will ask you to do the same procedure. If you want to switch out your gloves, you can do that as well if you'd like.
Push mount?
The chat is awesome. My chat is really great in here and also on Facebook. And I know you guys can't see each other, so I try to post them up there. If we can only get, everyone on Facebook, you guys can get new email addresses and new, YouTube accounts. See, this is where I need the
And
whole.
while you're
music.
doing that, for People's Exhibit 183, does it appear to have the same type of colored tape as People's Exhibit 182 had?
The red tape, yes, but not the blue.
Okay.
So no tampering with
And
this.
is the red tape something that you placed there?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. And if you would take a moment to open up People's Exhibit 183, look at it.
Could it be a minute? I've got a great song. I don't know if I can get away with playing it. I might get copyright struck on YouTube, but I really want to play it.
And do you generally
play for a minute.
recognize that?
Yes.
And would you say it's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 183.
Mr. Cook?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 183 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And if you would also take that item out and show it to the jury.
Hairbrush or comb, rather.
Now, in conjunction with your collection and logging of this particular item of evidence, were you assisting other law enforcement officers that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the information was relayed to you, who do
I'll put a
those
link.
particular items belong to? People's Exhibit 182 and 183.
I was told that they belong to Gannon Stauch.
Actually, if you go to my description, there should be a link
In
already to the Facebook page.
conjunction with your work on the case, you were also present at a residence as well. Is that right?
At where?
At a residence, at Gannon's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the address of that location?
I believe it was 6650 Mandan Drive,
Okay.
but
See,
I
this-
know it was Mandan Drive.
The 6627 sound about
This was
right?
DA Gonzo from the Anderson
It's-
trial. He would just be.
We were at a
dictating
lot of
everything
houses
to
on
him.
that street.
Okay.
This is how
While you were
do
present
it. This
on
is proper.
scene, you assisted other members of law enforcement, including the Metro Crime Lab, while on scene at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were present on scene, were you also assisting in the collection of items of evidence there?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 186 through 190.
Go ahead.
What did she just whisper in my ear?
186 through 190. Recognize People's Exhibits 186 through 190. Take a moment to look through them.
I still have it. I can play it for you all later after this. I'll play the Muppet intro. Just remind me.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And do you generally recognize those exhibits?
Pardon me?
Do you generally recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were articles, items that were pointed out to us by Mr. Stauch that were, he found in the dishwasher. They're scrub brushes, scissors. The brushes appeared to have some type of carpet material or something on it.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw and observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of people exhibits 186 through 190.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Someone also
exhibits
asked about
186 through 190 will be admitted.
And Your
why
Honor,
the
permission to
father
publish.
You may.
was suspicious. And one of the things was too is that she was like cutting up pieces of carpet and stuff. There was a lot of other weird things going on that I probably missed in my summary. There was a lot for him to be suspicious
And if you
about.
will like, if you take a moment to look behind you, we have a pointer there if you want to use it. By
I was.
No, it's in front of you. It's got the red handle on it.
Oh, thank you, sir.
By the way, she commented on one of my Facebook comments. That was highly entertaining.
All right. Now you'd mentioned that Mr. Stauch had identified for you and other law enforcement officers that day various items of evidence. Can you point out here in People's Exhibit 186 some of those items?
We had a brush here. This brush. Have the handle of a brush here and this brush, and I cannot see the scissors in this picture.
We'll move on to People's Exhibit 187. And here, that might be a better look.
These are close-ups of the last photo.
The brushes that you were explaining.
Yes.
Yeah, so these
Exhibit 188.
these
Yeah,
are the
what we're seeing
items.
here.
This is what appeared to possibly be a strand of carpet or something that was on the brush.
These are the things that
Exhibit 189.
the defendant was trying to clean
And here.
before father.
Again, strand of whatever type of material that is. And then we have 2 pairs of scissors there.
190.
Those are just close-ups of the other brushes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked with People's Exhibits 191, 192, 193, and 194.
So 191 through 194.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
Go
talk
ahead.
about the Anderson trial at the end of this. Do a little update on Anderson. Yeah, carpet fibers in the dishwasher. Well, she admitted to cutting up the carpet, but she said it was because of the burn. But the burn wasn't really that bad.
Take a moment to review People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193 now.
Yes, he did. It's very sad. I sort of did a summary on my Twitter feed if you want to check it out.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize those?
From the type description, yes.
Okay. Now you'd mentioned before that part of the processing includes creating labels with descriptions on them.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with People's Exhibit 191. What does that appear to be to you based on your handling of that item?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Based on your handling of that item, what does that appear to be to you?
A Brillo scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 192.
That is the blue handle, blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193.
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And you spoke previously about tape and tape that is used on each of those exhibits. The tape used that you personally placed there?
I did not package these. The detective that collected the items actually did the packaging of them.
And when you were present at the residence that day, you viewed each of these items as we see in the previous photos that were shown to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on the descriptions of People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193, do those appear to be the similar type of items that were photographed that you went over with the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. People's Exhibit 191, for example, is what particular item is that?
It's Colorado.
That is the Brillo scrub brush.
People's Exhibit 192, based on the description there, what is that?
That is the blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193.
Witness to, I'll
based on description, what
put
is that?
time codes in the
The
video. when I'm
scrub
done.
brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
So the other two didn't have hair and carpet fiber, just 193 did.
And based on the nature of the packaging, were you present with other law enforcement officers when those items were packaged, for example?
I do not believe I was present when they packaged them, no.
But you were present for the collection of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't.
ask you to
I don't know.
cut open People's Exhibit 191.
I don't think they said though that the toothbrush was in the dishwasher. The other items were in the dishwasher, but not necessarily. I don't. Yeah, items 186 through 190 were in the dishwasher, and those were things like scissors and other stuff, and some scrub brushes and things. But his toothbrush was not testified to be in the dishwasher. They just had it, and his hair comb. I do not have Instagram, and trying to get caught up in between. Jennifer, yes, he was the second witness. I will put time codes. I figured out how to do that now, so I'm going to put time codes for all the witnesses in my videos at the end of the day, so you guys can go back and look at that. I mean, I have Instagram, but I don't have it for the Michigan Law Show. Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook. I feel like that's enough.
And do you recognize what's inside of that bag? People's
Yes.
Exhibit 191?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it on the day it was collected?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move to admit People's Exhibit 191.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 191 will be admitted.
I'll ask you to do the same with People's Exhibit 192.
With 192?
Yes.
Is that showing it to the jury? He didn't hold it up. Process of admitting evidence. You have to authenticate it. You have to establish some sort of foundation for it, what it is, who collected it. Usually the person who collects it is able to identify it, where it came from. And then you show them the exhibit and they say, yes, this is the exact one that I was just talking about. You've established a proper foundation that it's not something else. That's why the bags are taped
Do you
or
recognize
retaped.
what's inside the bag marked as People's Exhibit 192?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you observed it being collected that day?
I might have one under my law firm, Helm Law, but I'm not very active.
I do not recall seeing, it looks like there's writing on the handle. I do not recall seeing that when it was collected.
Aside from the writing being present now, otherwise, does it appear to be the same
Yes.
subject?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of people, Exhibit 192.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 192 will be
I
admitted.
was so defeated.
And the same
No
with
objection.
190.
Can we just be done? So
He's like
once you establish
Eeyore.
the foundation, then you can admit it into evidence and then talk about what it actually is,
Yes,
show it to
ma'am.
the jury, things like that.
Does that appear to be something that you recognize as being collected that day?
Yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 193.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 193 will be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
In addition to a collection of various brushes
Yeah, he might just.
that you've looked at, do you recognize People's Exhibit 194?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's marked as being a empty vinegar bottle that was collected out of the trash can.
Okay. And when you were present, did you see that particular item while you were present at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also take a moment to cut into People's Exhibit 194? And again, do you recognize that? What's
Yes,
inside
ma'am.
the bag?
Yeah.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would also move for the admission of People's Exhibit 194.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 194 will be admitted. Go ahead.
After collection of these various items that are tedious to open, but what is your role in handling or passing off these particular items to other members of law enforcement?
Typically, the detective that collects it will take it to the evidence facility. Sometimes depending upon if somebody else is going there, they'll hand the package off and that person will take it to the facility and put it in temporary storage. And then later on that day, next day, the detective that collected the items will go down and process the items they collected and put that into the facility.
And at that point, may they be available to other members of law enforcement for testing purposes, et cetera?
Would they be?
Yes.
They could be removed from, they could be signed out from evidence and there would be a chain of custody that is kept.
As part of this case, you were also present for the collection of other types of evidence and specifically swabs. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And a permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
You may. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a great judge. Love his voice. I want him to narrate my life for me. Yeah, I like him a lot. And it's just so, I don't know how familiar
Do you
people are.
recognize People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
Process. I try to explain it as we're going through it. So this sounds like it's probably.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize People's Exhibit 184?
They were buccal swabs that were taken from Mr. Stauch and Ms. Stauch.
And just
Or Miss- Hyatt, I'm sorry.
specifically 184, what swabs are those identified as belonging to?
These are from Mr. Stauch,
And People's Exhibit 185.
are from Landon Hyatt.
And in terms of the collection of those swabs, were you present when those were collected?
Yes, I was.
And did you observe them being collected?
I actually took the swabs.
All right. And we see there appears to be some tape on there as well, those particular envelopes.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of your processing of that, is that tape that you placed there?
The red tape is, yes.
And
No,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not package these. I handed those off to, after putting them in the package, I handed those off to Deputy Montville, and she's actually the one that sealed the envelopes.
Now, in terms of, we mentioned some words that maybe not everyone is familiar with, but what is a buccal swab?
It's a DNA swab that's taken from the mouth, saliva. We just use a long Q-tip and rub it around the inside of your mouth, your cheeks, and just collect the saliva.
Okay. And what is in People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what specifically is that inside each of those envelopes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is specifically in People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
It's a package that contains two of those Q-tips, and you run them both at the same time.
And as the packaging appears to you, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed that?
I would have to open it up to see those packages, ma'am.
You can go ahead and do that, yeah.
Sure.
Are we the only ones or the only guys in the Facebook? Okay, hold music again. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want to risk it yet. I'm gonna try it on a different stream, so I don't get kicked off this one. I got a different sound. If you guys look at my YouTube shorts, the one I just put up about this case, that's the song. Someone recommended Psycho Killer. It's perfect for this case.
Oh, it is.
But I don't know if I can get the rights beyond a short.
That one does appear to be the same.
And just for the purposes of the record, are you specifically referring to People's Exhibit 184?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I got to keep this up so good noises. Right here. All the
And
downtime.
yes, on 185, they appear to be the same.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 184 and 85 will be admitted.
These
In
are the
addition to the
boring
collection
witnesses
of
we got to get through.
those buccal swabs, were you also called to respond to the residents for the collection of a particular item that belonged to Gannon, a switch? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it
I
does.
wondering if they found the switch.
Do you recall exactly when you responded that day?
I believe it was the morning of February 29th, 2020.
And who did you receive particular items from? Who provided them to you?
Mr. Stauch.
And did he indicate?
So father had the
let's
switch.
Take a step back. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 195,
There was a Google search by the defendant.
196, 712.
There was a Google search by the defendant asking if you can locate a switch like remotely, like if like find my iPhone kind of thing. And I thought maybe that was
Go ahead.
because he was buried with it or in the suitcase, but it came from father. So it doesn't really tie in with her Google search then. There's some weird odd things that don't really mix
So
in,
to look
like
at People's Exhibits 195
mattress thing.
and 196. I know it's getting packed up here. I'm gonna set this one right here for you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's blocking the camera. Let's see. You recognize People's Exhibit 195 and 196?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
There are photos of the case and the stitch, the switch. I believe it's a Nintendo game.
And are those
Sounds well informed.
photographs
Yeah.
a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 195 and 196. Thank you.
There's a
Mr. Cook?
base for the switch, but the unit itself.
Exhibit 195 and 196 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
So behind you, we have People's Exhibit 195. You mentioned a switch. What are we looking at specifically here in People's Exhibit 195?
This is the case the carrying case.
Okay. And in People's Exhibit 196?
And that's the actual switch inside the case.
And now before you is People's Exhibit 712, I believe.
Yes.
Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that and look at it?
Interesting. So like a Game Boy at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the description that was typed up for the item that was collected.
And similar to the other items, what was your involvement in the processing of this particular item?
This particular item, I was called by my sergeant to go out and collect. So I went out there that day and collected this, and then I took it to evidence myself and packaged it.
And in terms of the packaging process, did you also create the label for this particular item?
Yes, I did.
And does the description also indicate to you what it is?
Yes, it does.
And we see some red tape that is on People's Exhibit 712. Is that tape placed by you?
The red tape up here is placed by me. I do not recognize the tape down below.
Okay. And I will ask you to do the same thing, which is, can you please cut into and look at and inspect what is inside the bag?
Interesting. I didn't know they came out with a smaller one. It looks like this is the regular one, though.
So is he just the guy that is
He's just the guy that gathered all the evidence and took all
bringing
the
in
squads.
evidence?
Yeah, this is all foundational stuff. They have to do this to say how they got it to the DNA testing and fingerprint
Yes,
testing
ma'am.
people.
Right.
They're going to then test
And
the product.
in looking inside the bag, would you say that's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled and packaged that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 712.
This is
Mr. Cook?
chain of evidence witness.
Exhibit
So the-
712 will be admitted. Go
Wait.
ahead.
Gannon?
You're breaking up. Sorry.
Sorry.
The general scope of
Stop
your role in this
Yeah.
case, in addition to collecting various items of evidence, was that more or less the scope of what you did in this case?
Yes, I was basically a support detective. If there were leads that needed to be handed out and you're available, you get a lead and you go work that for the lead detective.
So what else did he do?
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
All right.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just a few questions for you.
It's got a weird way about
Did
him.
you actually watch the swabbing of the cheeks of Gannon's mother and father?
He did it.
I actually did them, sir.
You did the swabbing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the packet or the kit that is used during the collection of these?
As I said, it's just the one package with the two Q-tips in it. So yes, I did have those with me.
Okay. Who else was in the room with you when Who else was in the room with you when you were
I thought the
doing
video froze or something.
Landon?
I do not recall anybody being in there. It may have been Detective Montville, but I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And was anybody else in the room with you when you did Mr. Stauch, Al Stauch?
Again, I don't recall if anybody was in there with me.
Okay. And when you're collecting the cheek swabs, I mean, you're not necessarily collecting the saliva, you're collecting the cheek cells, the epithelial cells that are shed in the cheek.
Pretty much whatever the Q-tip picks up is what's being collected.
Okay.
What word did he stumble on? Like when?
Did anybody swab Harley Hunt, who's been identified as Letecia Stauch's daughter?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. So it could have been done. You just don't know
Correct.
whether this was done or not.
Correct.
Okay. You
Try to
indicated
put it on
that you
her?
collected a few other items, took some photos, got a Nintendo Switch, and that was about it. In this case, what you've talked to here.
Yes, sir.
You did also, on the 28th of January, conduct an interview with Landon Hyatt, who was Gannon's mother.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did that take place, that interview?
That took place at my office, the sheriff's office, I should say.
Right across the street
Second,
from
right
the
across the
courthouse?
street,
Okay.
second floor in one of the interview rooms, which is audio video recorded.
Okay. How long did that
We're gonna see
interview
that?
last?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
Audio tape, videotape, everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't necessarily have to record it, but I feel like you kind of would want someone else with you. But then again, at the end of the day, I mean, what are they going to say? They falsified the DNA record somehow?
That's all I have. Thanks,
I have
Detective.
no idea.
Yes, sir.
I want to put
Ms.
necessarily
Graziano,
anything
redirect.
past this woman.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions?
I love the jury questions.
Nope. All right. Thank you, sir.
I
You may
want
step
someone
again.
to actually
Thank you, sir.
ask one.
Okay. Done with
Um,
witness number 4. What was that?
I was saying,
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
was he
Literally on the
all the
elevator, Your Honor, on his way to
the suitcase?
Okay.
that Gannon was in?
No.
Well, let's
Nope.
actually take about let's do a stand and stretch, a 7th inning stretch kind of thing while we're waiting for the next witness. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. We will everyone's stretching. Oh, actually, hang on. I like to kind of watch her.
Also give Ms. Gratiano time to clean the witness stand off.
She's not gonna
Pardon?
stand
Said
up
it'll
because
give you
she's
some time to clear
chained
the witness stand
to the
off.
table.
That's what I figured.
Her attorney's definitely kind of an Eeyore. I think Jamie said that earlier.
Yeah, I was
Is it-
laughing because I was like, you need an Eeyore now. She's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Hey, detective, how
Yeah.
are you?
No objections.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's gonna blame her daughter, but he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's calling into question some of the issues. It is kind of weird. Not weird. Probably it's not the right word. It can be suspect that there's no one else in the room when they were doing the cheek swabs. So that was good to point that out. When they're recording evidence, they don't often record who is present. Sometimes they put that in the police reports. But the person who gathers the evidence, like this guy gathered it and put it into a bag. And then so he'll testify to that and he'll sign off on the envelope that is contained in, that he's the one that put it in there and the date and all that stuff. And then when someone takes it out to say test it for something, they'll open it, they'll take it out. When they're done testing it, they'll put it back, they'll put another piece of tape over it, they'll sign it and date it and say I took it out. A great example of how that really happens is if you look at the Stephen Avery trial. Although I don't necessarily agree with everything that they did, you could see sort of how everything is retaped and re-signed, and it indicates when packages are opened and closed. That's what they should be doing to preserve that chain of evidence. And if anyone got a hold of it, like this witness testified on one of the packages that he put the red tape on, but he did not put the blue tape on. So if the defense was really curious about that particular item, they could say, well, who put the blue tape on? Do you know? Is there a name written there? You could kind of challenge that. They didn't, so I'm assuming it's not a big deal, but that's some of the ways that you can challenge that. He said he didn't know. I'm assuming you say sister. That would be Harley. He wasn't sure if Harley was swapped. That was his answer. He didn't say that she wasn't. He just didn't know if she was. It was a lot of trial and error. We had different Muppets for judges. People made suggestions. I got emails from people. And yeah, I just kind of went with it. Yeah, trial and error. Somebody else had a question I was trying to answer earlier. Yeah, but essentially, so this is foundational. This is all the boring stuff. The next witness, who's in the elevator, apparently, that's why we're taking our little break, it might, in fact, be the person who actually then tested these items to determine the DNA. And hopefully, we will find a credible DNA testimony as opposed to what we saw in some other trials. This should be, I forget the technical term for the points of interest on a DNA, annals or something like that. We're gonna find all this, and it's gonna, at the end of the day, they're gonna say this is, 1 out of 10 million possibilities that this is in fact Gannon's DNA, and they should have a lot of numbers. So, so that's what I'm assuming. If I was doing this, I'd be okay. Let's introduce the evidence, and then now let's talk to the person who actually then tested the evidence to put it all together. Although they might have another foundational. Jamie, as you pointed out, this is not the witness that did anything with the suitcase or anything around the suitcase. So they might have another witness testify to taking swabs and things like that from the suitcase. And then we'll get into the DNA expert.
Yeah, because it seems like they would do that stuff in order, but again, I don't know how they're doing it. They've been pretty good about timelines, so far.
What video is that? I thought I saw. You're talking about the Muppets? They're like I think it was after the first day. Or no, it's probably like day 3, I think. I can't remember. I streamed like a bunch of them real quick to get caught up.
Your Muppet like thumbnail is what got me, because I remember when I first found your channel, I was like, recap of the Zachary Anderson trial. What is all these
See all the
Muppets?
Muppets. I took them all down. I don't have them anymore because I
loved it. I had to.
It's so cluttery. So now I have these up. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yes, actual evidence. Actual evidence should be coming in on this case. Properly admitted, properly testified to. Not just, we found some DNA, and based on my experience, I say it's, Gutierrez or whatever. Yeah, no, so this should be properly admitted evidence, what you would want to hear. The DNA expert in Alexander Murdaugh was actually a good expert. That was good DNA testimony. I didn't really think it was relevant because nobody was challenging the fact that these two individuals had died and who they were, and that they were related to the defendant. So it was kind of unnecessary. But yeah, it was good. It was good testimony. It's what you want to see on this sort of stuff. Suitcase murder, Sarah Boone. Yes, I will be doing Sarah Boone. She was supposed to be going in April, so I was going to struggle with sort of doing both of these, and now it's adjourned to July 25th, I believe, July 20 something. But yes, I will be doing Sarah Boone. Oh yeah, someone else asked about Sarah Boone. Yeah, definitely Sarah Boone. She's insane, but she's going to be doing a battered spouse defense, which is a really interesting defense. There was a big case out of Michigan a number of years ago that attempted battered spouse, and and she got convicted straight up, but I believe, and I can't remember her name, but I believe she got early release after an appeal based on battered spouse. So that was interesting. Because of the time of year that they found the suitcase, I'm sure. Possibly. Yeah, because he was there for like a month. And what was it, January? I mean, it's Florida, Alabama. It's not that cold. But I guess it's northern Florida. So it probably forestalled it a little. It would have been way worse if they weren't cleaning the thing or doing an inspection. Yeah, Boone's case was pushed back again. She actually has a fairly competent attorney. I think her attorney threw her under the bus a little bit, but it was only in front of the judge during a hearing. So it's not like it was in front of the jury or anything, but we all watched it, or at least I did. But she seems to have a competent attorney. They're talking about trying to find an expert that could testify on her behalf regarding her battered wife syndrome. And he was saying, like, we're can't really find one, Judge. Could you give us a few more months to try to find an expert here? So that's why it was adjourned. She did. This is her 5th attorney, I think, Sarah Boone. Oh, by the way, I was going through the register of actions on this case, and our lovely Miss Letecia Stauch, I believe this is her 3rd attorney, if I'm not mistaken. The register of actions indicates several motions to withdraw and new appearances. And when an attorney files in on a case, they file an appearance. So I would assume it wouldn't be the prosecutor filing in like that. That's not usually how that works. So I saw 3 appearances, so I'm assuming 3 attorneys for this woman.
Oh, Billy Wagner, huh?
I know the name. I don't know if I know the
The
story.
Pike County Massacre trials. Have you seen those? Heard about that?
Mm-mm.
I watched George.
Is this an
Wagner.
old trial?
No, George Wagner was the son, and he just got convicted, and his dad's going on trial now. I'm not sure when though.
Huh.
It's from Ohio. It's like the biggest massacre murder in Ohio. They called it
Really?
the
How have I not heard about this? I'm gonna have to
Pike
look
County
into this.
Massacre. Yeah, look it up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Like a whole nother
where are you
family
currently
killed another
employed?
family.
El Paso County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with El Paso County?
I didn't even hear
Sheriff's
his
Office?
name.
since 2006.
They weren't talking.
And generally, can you explain for the jury what your role is at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the patrol division.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I was a patrol deputy.
There's like no warning for this witness.
And as a patrol deputy, can you explain what some of your responsibilities are? What kind of things that you handle on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, responding to calls for service, investigating patrol-related crimes, interdicting criminal activity, traffic enforcement.
Interdicting.
And on January 27th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
Yes,
Did you receive a call for service related to this case?
yes.
Approximately what time did you receive a call for service, or what time that call for service came through?
I responded at 10:09 p.m.
Okay. Can you explain a triage process that may occur for calls of service? How does that work?
Well, calls for service are based on basically a priority status, as if somebody is in danger or something like that. So those calls take higher priority than calls where somebody's not in danger, what we would call a cold call. So runaways are typically given a non-emergent status.
Okay. You mentioned runaways. So what was the specific nature of the call for service that you responded to on January 27th of 2020?
The call I responded to was a runaway juvenile,
Okay. And what location did you respond to for that call?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Okay. And when you arrived at that location, did you respond with any other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
When I got on scene, Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue were on scene already.
And when you responded to the location, who did you initially make contact with?
Deputy Parker.
Okay. Based on your contact with Deputy Parker, how did you approach the residents? Who did you contact?
I asked Deputy Parker if the residence had been searched to see if the juvenile was hiding, and he indicated it had not.
Okay. When you respond and you're on duty, is there any way that you have to document or record your activities?
Yes, I was equipped with a body worn camera.
Okay. And can you point out for the jury where that body worn camera is?
Yes, it's mounted right here on my chest.
Can you explain for the jury how that body worn camera, how it works?
It's activated with a Bluetooth
hope
remote
we get to
system
see
where I
this.
press a button and it starts recording. So when I got on scene that day, I started recording pretty much when I got on scene. And then it's deactivated by the same button to turn it off, basically.
Okay. And in terms of audio and visual, what does it record?
It records both audio and visual. However, it's mounted securely on the chest, so it only sees forward. So if my head or something turns, it won't see that. My body actually has to turn for the camera to see something.
Okay. And as it relates to entering the residence, what was your primary responsibility when you arrived on scene?
So
for that?
I was a secondary responder. So the two primary deputies were conducting an interview on scene. So after I determined that the residence had not been searched for the juvenile, I asked Deputy Parker. After I asked Deputy Parker got consent to search the residence. So I began to search the residence for the juvenile.
Okay. And to be clear, the consent to search the
I heard about
residence
that.
was for what in particular?
It was like a
To
couple days ago.
Find a hiding child.
Okay.
basically.
When you arrived at that location that day, was your body worn camera working?
Yes, it was.
It was operational?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 210.
You may, go ahead.
Please move the camera so we can see the screen.
Do you recognize what I'm handing you, People's Exhibit 210?
Yes, that's a disc with my initials containing my body worn camera footage.
Okay. And did you not have an opportunity to review the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay.
I have no
And
idea
is it
where
a
she's
fair
at.
and accurate depiction of your body worn camera when you responded on scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 210.
Defense?
Junie B.
Exhibit
Jones,
210 will be admitted. Go ahead.
can you answer this question?
Your Honor, approach.
Sorry? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Where is Gannon's biological mother currently?
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
May?
I kind of want to like bend down and look, see if I can see the screen.
Yeah, like why don't they tip the camera up just a little bit?
They're almost there. They've almost.
I
got
took
a
the
good
covers
setup.
that he was laying down like head and I just like threw it.
We're gonna hear her craziness again. That's gonna be fun.
I took the covers that he was laying down like head and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working and it was something. I know, but it was something that we were just like,
Did he take his bike?
no.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting the bike.
Okay.
And rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up from
Right.
dinner.
Blue
And he never
black.
called. They thought he was at his
Black.
friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
he just started sleeping. So
We
they
had
were gonna pick
him
him up down
on
the road.
one.
And he was never there.
There's
And he never
a
went to his
picture
friend's
someone
house.
said he was on
Okay.
and he was reading the switch.
I was kind of like trying to look.
Do you mind if my
Into the
partner
light.
looks around the house real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Because kids, they hide. and-
Thank you.
They can hide for hours.
Yeah, no, we've already checked the camp, like the,
Is there any other kids here?
yeah, there's kids here. I think kids here. There's my sister, 2 dogs.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, he was out there for big run and blah, blah, blah.
So he's plenty of time later. I know you said that you already don't need a 6.
Yeah, so it was.
Look, you go back here if you went down there.
Did you guys see the cat?
Side, like all these things. So
Pretty accurate. So, he did that, he didn't do that because you said his stomach was burned. What happened?
Stomach was burned.
he said he had already talked to my husband about being on conviction. So he said he was going to his friend's house later. So
What time did he left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
So he.
And he's free, like, my husband's like very more free than I am with the situation. I kind of always like, who's actually going through unit? I remember that's how I was with her.
Yeah, she
But
does
like,
not.
he's like, oh, I'm so sad, they can ride bodies, everyone together type thing. So, yeah, so all the time they go and ride and meet. That's how we do.
She never shuts up.
She just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. Yeah, they've been getting better every day, so I'm hoping so. There's something up with this video. I feel like it was corrupted at some point because it went like super fast and now we don't have any sound.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was wrong. Did I bring my thing in here? It might be in there. When you get her.
It's exactly what it is in court too, by the way. They're horrible with adopting technology.
Sir, I think it might be in my car, so whenever you're.
What might be in your car?
He wants my ID.
Oh, okay. Was this the car you guys had with you today?
You what?
Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What do you mean with me today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did not drive this car. Okay, all right. Has he ever hit in anything like this before?
No, this is.
I don't know why it keeps cutting out. I mean, you should still hear rustling and stuff. I watch enough police videos. There's always rustling and noise going on. Oh, maybe pretrial motions required redactions. It just seems odd. Yeah, please don't check the car. Or she's showing him the car maybe and not the truck.
Oh, okay. So I'm like, okay.
Nobody seems to be concerned about the quality of the video. So I think they're all expecting this level of quality coming in and out. Wish I could see it. That'd be nice.
Initial or name for out of states.
Is there anybody down here?
The other dog. Yeah, that's no.
No one.
We know it is down there.
Okay.
It's my maiden name. So pardon, AKR.
So was this when Gannon was missing that she called the police?
Yeah, on the 27th, she made a missing person report. So
Okay,
this is
she
the
sounds
27th.
pretty calm for having a missing child. I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard to judge people's
No,
reactions.
it is. And I say it, but then I like take it back because I'm like, who knows if she's not even that worried yet, you know? But obviously she killed him, so she knows.
That's why she had a rental. She moved the car to the airport, rented, and then rented a car, and then picked up.
Yeah.
So if her story was true, that she wanted to rent a car in order to save on miles and stuff like that, why wouldn't she just tell Al that she left the car at the airport? I rented a car because of the save the miles. Cars at the airport. Yeah, but still, why not just say that? If what she's saying is true. In order for a lie to be believable, there has to be some truth to it. So I've been told. I'm not speaking from experience.
I am personally a terrible liar, so I don't know how to do all that.
I spin stuff. I don't lie.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
Maybe I can boost the volume a touch. Okay, maybe that's better.
Did you put mine clear valid? Copy.
Well, the buzzing is definitely louder.
Sorry, well, it's gonna be 101275370, South Carolina.
What kind of plate? Ocean Zebra Blake 385. Ocean Zebra Blake 385, Florida White 717, City registered to Danny Trent 2805 North Arcadia as rate expiration 920.
I know. I want to see this house. Did I hear rumors that someone did a 3D rendering of the house based on the photos? Some YouTube juror.
Oh, that would be nice to see. For sure. I'm sure someone did because there's so much out there about this case.
Junie B. Jones, you're on it. After you find the bio mom.
He wasn't in here with this week. That something down there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I show you about this? So if I just didn't want to step on the cutter, the box thing, I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I thought I didn't know if I had that box cutter and all that stuff in there because I told him about he dropped a candle last night.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure I didn't want you to be like, oh, it was the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even going to tell Dad. And I was going to figure out a way to put this in there from the situation. But
At least you got a carpet. Yeah,
right.
He's
I
already
just
trying
took it
to
and,
offer
covered up with the
excuses for
carpet and
things.
stuff like that. But
Does he have any friends
It
around
has
here?
nothing to do with why
there is
they are there
let
right
me
now.
look on this thing. He did have this one like boat thing.
Where you're supposed to be at down the road.
But they checked that already?
They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we haven't seen him at all.
Okay.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to.
yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with
Now
all the
it's
time.
loud.
So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were the door with the bike. They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah. So
Any
he
friends?
he did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know see it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade and like you got your like really mature kind of boys, but then waiting he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Still good.
Yeah.
Again, she's just
No
offering
clothes
excuses
are
for
missing.
things.
No, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for
No
like
relevant.
every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is his jacket drawn?
He had on he has several jackets. Like it depends on I'm very like fashion. So like it just depends on jackets. Like he might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So he had a jacket.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like when you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes and
I got excited when she said, yeah.
he has all that stuff. So and he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things. Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to the friends. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes.
This made her
I don't say
suspicious, by the
no.
way.
My husband tells me yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
So there could be some friends that you don't know.
Right. Because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast.
Mhm.
So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did. And he's like always wanting to be the one to talk to everybody about it. And so
Well, how about your husband? Does he talk to these people?
yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
Is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling,
Mhm.
and we don't know who that one is. That's the one we don't know
Do you guys have a name for that person?
because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. And my husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name for. But he didn't give him a name.
Lying.
He just told him no. So
She's lying about everything. That's why.
And he took his game console bill.
yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
Although
one of them's
I don't think I can tell you
Which
what my
looks
kids are
like-
wearing right now.
They have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them is gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like far down.
Which picture is this?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description. And she was like, was that him? And I was like, yes.
Where was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in the
Yes,
North
in
Ranch?
Lawson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lawson Ranch page. And so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they caught it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me. But as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it,
Mhm.
you guys came and I kept having alerts and I weren't gonna like you know. Huh? Okay. No. Yeah.
Okay, I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatcher already, but can you give us a description of him from?
Yeah, so,
Hair color, eye color, any art?
yeah, so brown, brown, very pale, like, whitish color skin.
I guess when he's at this house, if they don't,
And then,
the parents may not know.
and then
Well, they said that
4'10",
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about
90.
bath salts and hey, if you
And then I
if
sent
I
you that
can get some
picture.
bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something at their house.
He said that to his dad.
Yeah, I got it. And then mom goes through everything, finds a oh, say this Parker.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dad did talk about that text.
Yes.
Yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley. Yeah. Did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Should do like the news media report. Harley, come
Oh,
tell them
okay.
what I want you to say.
I just didn't want any people, neighbors, popping in. Yeah.
What did she just say?
What was his name?
Blue jacket, blue jeans. That's what me and my husband absolutely think, and we think.
This is body cam from January
And
27th.
we've calmed our stress level down after our 4-hour week. It was not.
Like a thick, heavy
When
winter
police
jacket,
arrived,
sweatshirt, windbreaker.
No, like the ones I was
Missing
showing you guys in there,
persons.
kind of like a little windbreaker type.
Okay. Good to know.
Is there anything distinguishing?
Perfect, yeah.
Was he wearing?
I'm mid, so I'll be on a lot.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like
So
I'm gonna
there was
end up,
nothing.
I'm gonna end up asking a whole lot of the same questions that dispatch asks.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, they said security.
Because there was a game or something tonight, and so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something. But
He said there was Parks and Rec going on, so.
Smith.
Yeah.
What? It was the off duty.
no,
Oh, okay.
he said somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Oh. Do you have a dentist he goes to?
If you guys want to call my husband.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We'll follow up because
I
might have a little bit more information. Yeah.
I don't do a lot of the.
Okay.
He does all that.
How long's he been over there stationed?
He's not. He's stationed here. He's just at Captain Career Course.
Okay.
So they go to a dentist. I think it's like Fountain Dentist, maybe.
Okay.
Why are they asking about a dentist?
We'll give him a call.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name?
Al, A-L, Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H,
Phone number?
843-478-6714.
We're in the RO, for valid protection orders. There's a phone number for the RO on your screen too.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Can we pick up 3?
I'm on 3.
They call it code.
We'll give him a call, try to
Okay.
get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them all base.
All right. Well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information.
Okay.
I want to ask this officer why he asked about
Or
dental.
we'll give you a case number.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
My dog's down here now, baby.
I didn't see him.
Okay. And you know about elections, you have gas and electric.
Any choice in gathering any vote?
It's like bad.
It's 40. Mountain, Wi-Fi connected.
Deputy, in terms of demeanor of the
That would be
female
good.
that we see present in the video, based on the nature of calls for service that you receive, how would you describe that demeanor?
Fairly normal.
Okay. Have you responded on scene to other reports of runaways?
Yes.
How would you describe the demeanor?
Relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
How would you describe the demeanor based on your training and experience in responding to calls for service related to runaways? The comparison of the female's demeanor in this particular video.
I would say similar to other calls that I responded to for runaways.
Okay. In the sense that their demeanors are calm?
Yes, she appeared calm. She was able to answer questions intelligently.
And how did the female present on scene with you identify herself?
I believe she identified herself to Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue.
Okay. Do you see the female that was present on the video that we just watched? And while you're present searching the house, do you see her today in court?
Yes.
Is she the same female that you see in the video that directed to you throughout the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting at the end of the defense table wearing a brown colored shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect that Deputy Yunkin has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
In terms of while you were present on scene, did the defendant identify by any other names or any other aliases, things like that?
I don't recall her identifying herself as another name.
While you were present on
I don't
scene, you
think she
described
did.
her demeanor as calm. At any point, did that demeanor change?
Not that I observed.
And to be clear, the time that you arrived on scene was what time?
10:09 p.m.
Okay. And as an approximation, how many hours had passed between the call for service as it came in?
I believe the original call for service came in around 7 p.m.
Okay. Now, as we watch your body worn camera, we hear buzzing. What is that buzzing on the video that we're hearing?
So when the camera's activated, it vibrates to let me know that it's on. For two reasons. One, in case there's an accidental activation, I know that it's operating. Or two, to just let me know that it's working. So sometimes when you press the button, technology fails. So it's just letting you know that it's operational.
And throughout the body worn camera that we watch, we hear the buzzing. And is that to indicate to you that it is still on, it is still recording?
Yes.
Great. Now, as you
Probably
went
how they
through
did
the residence,
the affidavit, which was suspicious.
did you observe any men that were not law enforcement officers present in the house?
No, just law enforcement.
And as you were searching through the house, based on the various doors you opened and areas that you looked in, would you have seen a strange man, an unfamiliar man in the house?
I believe so, based on all the areas that I searched.
Okay. And to be clear, based on the call for service that you received, you were looking for a child, is that correct?
Yes, in cases where children are this young and they come in as runaways, sometimes they're hiding in the house because they get in trouble or something like that. So they hide, especially on that night because it was quite cold. So he may not be outside walking around somewhere. He might just be hiding in the house. So that's why we check that stuff.
And when you were present, you were also in the basement area. There appeared to be a storage room, which you paused in.
Yes.
Okay. While we see on the video you looking and pausing in a storage room, did you move any of the boxes?
I believe I moved like a pillow and like a chair and some of that around, but there was a big pile of boxes in the middle and I didn't shuffle through a bunch of those. No.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, did you personally observe any law enforcement officers moving those boxes?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 310 through 315.
May, and if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. If you can take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 310 through 315. Do you generally recognize those?
Yeah, they appear to be still shots from my body worn camera footage,
And for a particular area of the house?
the storage room.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 310 through 315.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 310 to 315 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Deputy, behind you, we have People's Exhibit 310. What are we seeing here in your still shot?
Picture of the storage room, some boxes and containers.
Okay. In People's Exhibit 311, I guess that's a clearer shot of that.
Yes.
Okay. 312.
Farther back.
Okay. And to be clear, the boxes that we were seeing on the right side of the exhibit, did you move those?
I did not sort through those, no.
313. Would this just be to the left of People's Exhibit 312,
I think it's just a uniform.
kind of facing a different way?
Yes.
It's a weird cut.
People's Exhibit 314. Can you orient us here for People's Exhibit 314?
Yeah, that is the pile of boxes kind of in the center of the room.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 315.
That appears to be a storage container by the door.
Okay. And thank you. Deputy, in terms of while you're searching through the residence, at any point, did the defendant direct you where to search?
No,
Did she point out any particular areas that would be of interest to you?
no.
Okay. We
you
see that
ask
when
her?
you're in the storage area, you paused. You appeared to look in, I don't know if you would describe it as a crawl space, or how would you describe it in the storage room?
There's kind of a void under the stairs.
Okay. Did you see anything there?
No,
I don't recall him asking her much.
In terms of while you were present on scene, based on your training experience, did the defendant appear to have a pervasive mental disease or defect based on your observations that day?
no.
And while you searched through various areas of the house, in the top floor and in the basement, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings.
And if you had seen them, would you have identified them and collected them?
Definitely would have identified them, and then we probably would have approached the investigation a little differently.
And throughout your search of the residence on scene, was there any obvious signs of a struggle?
No,
Did you see any blood?
no,
If you had seen blood, would you have taken additional steps?
yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass a witness.
All right, I think we'll take our break.
I'm going to make this real easy on the
Okay,
deputy. I don't have any questions.
okay.
All right, easy
Do
enough.
any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Youngkin? Looks like we might have one.
Ooh, all right.
So, Ms. Gratiano, just pass that forward and put it on the bar in front. And Ms. Gratiano will retrieve it. Oh,
Can't wait to hear that.
Hey, we get a jury question.
Yay.
I want to know what they're thinking. This is the best thing about this, is we get an idea, maybe.
In the one trial I watched, they had a ton and I loved it.
Oh, that's horrible. Hang on. Trying to type quick. So the attorneys will review it with the judge to determine if it's appropriate. They'll make any sort of revisions. They might approach the juror again and say, we can't ask that because it's not appropriate. If it's appropriate, the judge should read it to the witness or ask it of the witness. Is that because he gave up? Probably. No, I don't know. I mean, one question would be, hey, you didn't ask her to point out say Gannon's bedroom or anything, or you didn't, you're not a trained mental health professional, so you don't know if she would be suffering from anything. There's some questions that I could get in there. I have no idea why he's not asking those things.
Yeah. Maybe we will get more once like one juror asks and the others feel comfortable to ask. We'll get more.
That would be nice if this sort of opens the floodgates.
Then they'll have like 50 questions after every witness.
Sergeant Youngkin, do you know who would have been the first person to describe the missing juvenile as a runaway?
I believe it would have been Letecia Stauch, because she made the initial call to our dispatch center.
When you were searching the home, particularly Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any unusual scents or smells when searching under the beds?
I did not. I just looked under there to see if a child was hiding under there, but I did not detect any strange odors.
Did you see any large suitcases?
Yes, based on the body worn camera footage, it appears that there are some suitcases in those shots.
I think what they were asking for specifically was a large suitcase.
Oh, during my initial response, when I was looking through there, I don't actually recall if I saw a suitcase. Only watching the body worn camera footage later do I see this suitcase.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Ms. Gratiano, do you have any? Mr. Cook?
Could I ask something?
Following up with this unusual smells question that was asked about the Gannon's bedroom. Did you notice any like bleach smell, cleaning fluid smell, anything? You know, sometimes you can go into a house and it smells crisp and clean. Any smell like that, or was it just a regular smelling kids?
It smelled fairly normal. I didn't smell the strong odor of any cleaning fluid.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down.
That was super
He's
quick.
like, oh, the jury actually gave me a good question to ask.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking our evening break, and actually it's a little bit extended because we won't see you until Friday. I need you to take everything out of your jury seats so that take that back to your jury, to the jury room, please. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Avoid any stories that you might see and any opinions that someone might care to share with you about the issue. So with that, if we can have everyone back where they need to be so that they can be in place by 9 o'clock on Friday morning, we should be able to start right on time at that point. All right. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please.
He might, yeah, they might be just waiting for this. They might be hanging their head on here, but you still got to be able to like poke some holes, I guess, do something. You know, the whole issue of her insanity is your defense. So if the prosecution asks your client or asks the witness, was, in your opinion, the defendant sane? And he says yes. It's kind of your obligation based on your defense to say, but you're not a mental health professional, are you? So
thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You need to lock up whatever you need to lock up. And then I just need a corner of both tables cleared off so that somebody has a place to sit if they need to do that. You can leave everything else here, your binders, all of that stuff. That stuff's fine. It's going to be fine. But the attorneys that are coming in tomorrow, they need it. So long as they have some place to sit and put something in front of them, they're going to be fine. And then the rest of the stuff, you probably want to leave here and lock up. So we'll open up, we got the keys to the closet. Yeah, we'll open up the evidence closet here in just a moment for you all. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, court will be in recess then. Thank you.
I had heard him say that when he was doing jury selection, I was listening. He said they weren't doing court on Thursdays.
oh, maybe it's a day to get stuff caught up or something. Some courts do that. Some courts will say we're going to go. I mean, obviously this is 8 weeks, but I have other matters to take care of. So we're going to go 4 days a week as opposed to 5 days a week. So because he does have other cases, and this was a lot. This was 8 hours today with a lunch break. So he's got to address other cases. So no court tomorrow, everybody. Well, that was started off much like yesterday ended with those recordings. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out where we started off with. Oh no, I'm sorry. Did we? Let's see. Direct on stage. Yeah. Okay. So we started off with recordings, which were just all kinds of rambling nonsense. She wanted immunity from her husband before she would make a statement, which was nonsense. And then a lot of just pleading and crying. I think at that point she knew that she was done for. But maybe still wanted her husband to believe her story, even though it was obvious that no one else was going to. I don't know. She's kind of a mess. No court tomorrow. I already put that up. Yeah, so no court tomorrow. Someone asked some questions about some other things. Actually, I have some questions for you guys. What is this Ohio case? I don't know why I've not heard of it. I'm in Michigan and I haven't heard of it.
The Pike County Massacre?
The Pike County? No, I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah.
So there's a trial coming up with it.
The younger or the older son, because it's a craziness. 4 members of a family, so it was 2 brothers, a mom and dad, killed another family. And the younger brother and the mom pleaded, and the older brother and the dad pleaded not guilty. So the brother just had his trial and got convicted, and now the dad's coming up. I'm not sure when, though.
Interesting. All right, so here's the pictures of the house from Zillow, by the way. So wait, hang on. So there's the outside of the house. This is the address. This is on Zillow. Oh yes, the Muppet video. I'll play the Muppet video in a minute. Kitchen, it looks like. It looks like that basement, they talk about a basement, but maybe it's open and it's more of a sort of secondary family room or something. The dining room. I heard somewhere, I saw it somewhere that someone took pictures of the house and put it into sort of a 3D rendering, which would be interesting. Yeah, so it looks like if Gannon's room is downstairs in the basement here, that it's really kind of part of the house. At first, I was thinking like a dungeon kind of basement, and this looks like the basement. Obviously, that's right here's a egress window. So this is the basement, and this is probably Gannon's room. This looks like a bedroom in the basement, but that's the house. At least 15 pictures of it, anyways.
Wow.
Friday is a holiday for some. It's Good Friday here. Yes, well, it's Good Friday here too. And actually, tomorrow, if we don't have court, I'm going to watch Nicholas's stream because it is Good Thursday there, Easter Thursday there, and he's doing a special little stream about that in Sweden.
Yeah, at least you can.
Okay. Never try a case during the holidays. I actually had a civil case. We finished on Good Friday, and at like 2:30, 3 o'clock to submit it to the jury. And it was the worst day. I tried to get it moved because I knew we would be finishing on Good Friday. And the jury was like, yeah, what's the fastest way out of here? We all have got Easter coming up. And they literally went back there for 30 minutes and said, no cause of action, came back out, and they all ran home. It's horrible to have trials on holidays like this. So this is actually this is the house that they lived in Colorado Springs in January of 2020. So this is the house where Gannon and Letecia and Al and everybody lived at that time. And so this is the basement. Where is it? That's going down to the basement where I believe Gannon lived in the basement. Yeah, so this is the basement, and then I believe this is another image of the basement, and then this is the bedroom in the basement where Gannon was. So that's this house that we were showing. Yes, Nicholas is doing it as a fundraiser for Zechariah Anderson. So I'm going to promote it and check it out. And I'm actually kind of glad that we don't have trial tomorrow so that I can stream that and watch that. Okay, so Zechariah Anderson. Do I have it? I do. Okay, so here's the Muppet Show. So this case was so ridiculous. The parties arguing back and forth. Somebody in the chat said it's somebody looked like a Muppet, and then we got this whole Muppet Show idea. So this is it's not the best of videos. I'm not a video editor by trade, but this is my video for the Zechariah Anderson show.
It's the Muppet Show with our very special guest star, Mr. Steve Martin.
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight.
It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to get things started. I like the old opening better. It's time to get things started on the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, motivational. This is what we call the Muppet Show.
And it really was the Muppet Show. That was a crazy ass trap. But yeah, so that was just it was a horrible the behavior of the district attorney was absolutely horrible. It led to a lot of bickering in front of the jury, which the judge allowed. Then a lot of pontificating of the judge. And then at the end of the day, there was like literally no evidence yet. He was horribly, horribly convicted for a crime in my mind he didn't do. And there was no evidence that he did it. So there's a fundraiser going on for his appeal, as well as some private investigations. There's a Gives and Go account. I will, where can I find Nicholas? I'm going to share his page right now. I'm going to put it in the chat, and you guys can check it out. I'm just going to put his main YouTube page in the chat here so you guys can check it out. And then if you look for his stream tomorrow, I think he's got it posted already to go. Yeah, the big pickled herring taste test of 2023. So if you don't know Nicholas, he's Swedish. He's a Swedish labor law guy. I don't think he's actually an attorney. But you don't actually have to have a license or go to law school to practice in Sweden, is my understanding, which I'm excited about because my wife is Swedish and wants to spend some time there. And I feel like I can practice there. But he's a great guy. And I like his videos a lot. He does a lot of good stuff. But he's doing a fundraiser for Zechariah Anderson tomorrow. So I would encourage all to check it out. And then while you're still here, please subscribe and tell your friends. Any last questions that you guys might have about today's testimony? It was fairly straightforward. The one thing is this is a good prosecution. The facts make sense. It's presented in a logical way. The witnesses are called in a logical way. The questions aren't leading. There's not a lot of argument. There could be an opportunity for some good defense being brought up, but I really don't see them doing it. Like this last witness, you could ask a very important question to ask that last witness in front of the jury. You're not a mental health professional, are you? That wasn't asked. So I don't know if it's their demeanor or if they've really given up, but it sounds like they have in this case. They've kind of given up. And that's a shame because at the end of the day, everyone deserves a defense. And I don't like seeing cases just sort of thrown away because their attorneys think they're losers. And, he stopped short. For example, when he's talking to the guy that found the suitcase on the bridge, and he asks him about a marina and that it's on a river and stuff like that, you kind of get the hint that, okay, maybe somebody else could have dumped it here, but he doesn't ask that. Hey, is it possible that someone else could have dump the suitcase here and not the defendant? Ask it, because his answer is going to be yes, it's possible. And if it's not yes, then he looks like a liar on the stand. So you win either way. You got to be able to ask questions like that. And I don't know why this defense isn't doing it. So anyways, my 2 cents. Did explain Binger. What's that?
Gonzo, talking about Gonzo. Explain
Gonzo?
Binger from the Rittenhouse trial.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think she was saying that explains Binger from the Rittenhouse trial because Gonzo is his boss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the way he runs his office, is what it sounds like. If that's your boss, then you're allowed to get away with the kind of shit that Binger did in the Rittenhouse trial. Let's see here. Halderson case. No, I did not. Maybe I can. Prosecution was awesome. Great storyteller.
Yeah,
I'll check it out. I haven't been doing this terribly long. I started with, I think the first trial that I really watched was Rittenhouse. And then I started watching some other trials. And I already had this channel going, but we were doing sort of scripted bits and things like that. And I thought, you know what, maybe I can, if I'm going to watch these trials, maybe I just stream them, was kind of my thought, because I was always yelling at my phone. So I haven't been doing it that much, but I could check that one out.
Does your brother like doing this stuff too?
My brother?
Is that your brother? Yeah.
Yeah. So he actually had the idea years ago to do it because he was doing some real estate investment stuff and wanted me to talk about the landlord tenant side of things.
Oh, okay.
And so we started doing it this way. And so that's why if you look at a lot of my earlier videos, the ones that we would like script and then read and edit and post, he's in them all. But he doesn't.
Well, he's really knowledgeable. I mean, I'm surprised he doesn't do this stuff with you.
Yeah, he's got a day job, I guess. So do I, but I'm like sitting here in front of my computer working anyways.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sarah. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for everyone who's joining us. If you guys have any case suggestions, such as this one, the Halderson case or something like that, feel free to shoot me an email and make some suggestions. This case will be over. We'll have some time, I believe, between this and Sarah Boone. And I'm not sure what else.
There's another interesting one I've seen just recently. Have you heard of the Spanish teacher that got murdered? That one's supposed to start, actually. You won't be able to do it because it's supposed to start like the 20th of this month.
Yeah, I'm basically dedicated to this thing for the next 2 months. So
I just thought that looked interesting.
Yeah, and in between these streams, I'm working on a Zachariah Anderson thing.
Yeah,
supercuts with DA Gonzo's closing arguments and the lack of evidence that supports them. So that's what I'm working on.
Yeah. Well, it seems like
so-
people want you to look at that Pike County one too.
Oh, the Pike County one. Yeah, I'm going to check that out. Do we know when it's going to trial?
I have no idea. I don't know when Billy Wagner is the dad that's supposed to be going to trial. I'm not sure when though. I haven't heard anything.
I'm going to make a note of this right now. And then
Unless he decides to just plead guilty, then. But I haven't heard anything like about it recently.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out definitely. Thanks everyone for joining me. We will be off tomorrow. I hope to see all of you over on Nicholas's stream though. And there's my dog, so it's time to go. and then we'll be back here on Friday, most likely 10:45. If for some reason it's different, I will let everybody know. But I'll post a stream thing, placeholder kind of thing. So until then, well, everyone have a good day and a good Thursday.
Have a good night.
Oh, I did that wrong.